everyone. Hi. Oh, hold on. There we go. Hi, Escobar. Hi, Giraffe. Welcome, Colonel. Hello to you all. And yeah, let's see. Not everything can work at once, exactly. Yeah, I can only do so much. And that's okay. It's a work in progress. What did break? If you... Oh, okay. So, one of the issues I was having with Godot seemed to be something about my driver. Graphics driver or something. And let me go ahead and start the timer as I'm trying to fix all these things. Something about my graphics drive, so I tried to reinstall it. But in reinstalling it, I deleted it. So then I had to restart my computer, and the resolution was awful. It gave me enough time to then update it. But then after updating it, it started a whole slew of other problems. And then my VR was connected to my HDMI, so I sat at the computer staring at a black screen, wondering if I'd broke my computer. Because the screen wasn't coming on, but the issue was it was connected to the VR, not my display. But after about 2 hours, I got it working. A little unfortunate the stream had to be canceled. The good news is, I was working on Godot yesterday after I fixed the issues, and it didn't crash on me. So I'm hoping going forward, we will have Godot crashes and everything. Fingers crossed. I was also trying to figure out if I could get the technical issues with YouTube and Twitch freezing and seeing if I could get that done and dusted. So hopefully, they're working now. Fingers crossed. So it was a user error. You see, most common problem with technical stuff, sites about 10 to 50 centimeters in front of the screen. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? You can't really blame the computer. If you're coding or programming and you find a bug, it's not the computer's fault, it's the person who programmed. So it is, but yeah, it was a user error. I have no idea what I'm doing. So I'm kind of learning as I go, and I thought, you know what? It's about 30-ish, 40-ish minutes before the stream starts, but I bet I could just really quickly update my driver. I did not really quickly update my driver, as you could tell. So yeah, I'd been staring at a black screen for about 30 minutes at that point and realizing I'm not gonna make it to 1. But things are good now. You can see they're working-ish. And in the meantime, let me also go ahead and do this to see if I can get the chat popping up really quickly. If I go ahead and do this, does that work? Sounds like you live the risky life. I didn't think there'd be risk involved. I thought I was living the high, easy breezy life. Apparently not, though. Let me go ahead, and see. Okay. Let's see. Browser thingy. Paste the browser thingy. It's not popping up. You just didn't stare hard enough. I'm telling you, I was just sitting there wondering and thinking, and it was a trial and error. And hi, Sec. Welcome to stream. Welcome indeedy. Hi. Aside from that, how have all of you been? Aside from trials and tribulations and all of that, have you been good? You've been all right, easy breezy. Not too bad of a time, I hope. I'm hoping. I'm hopeful. That's as best as I can describe it. I'm hoping things will go well and that not too many issues, but I mean, we're programming today. You can only have issues when you're doing things of that nature, you know? You invite it. You invite the pain of all of those things. So I'm not gonna complain if things happen, but I can at least say I gave it my best shot. But I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm hyped up. I've got my coffee ready to go. I've got all the things, and I am ready and revved to get some extra stuff in and get everything moving and schmoovin', and hopefully I'll be able to get everything worked out and sorted, and we can get some real progress today. If not today, then hopefully this week. I really want to push to get the prototype out as soon as possible. That involves making sure the sprites are functional and working on the merging aspect. After we merge everything, then we just need to do the day. We gotta add the ghost, which I completely forgot about. But it's like I said, work in progress. Well, we'll get there slowly but surely. Okay, so working now? Yeah, I got it. Took a second, but it's now up and running again on chat. Wonderful. I can never tell until it's like, oh, you want to test it? Yeah, I want to test it. And it said, nah, you don't want to test it. But now that that's good to go, wonderful there. I'll move that over there, get all nice and comfy, grab some water, make sure my everything's good to go, and I think we're all good in that aspect. I think, as far as things are concerned, I'm prepped. I have some water on standby, some coffee on standby. Got everything I need for a full all-nightish nighters. And I'm excited. Programming's always fun for me. So, as long as I get to do that, as long as I get to make games, play games, do games, I'm happy. This is fun. It's always fun for me. It's just a matter of, will fun be measured in doing 4 hours of working on the same project? Or will fun be measured as trying out a new mechanic and see if it's exciting? No one knows. Roll the dice to see. With that said, though, let me move us over to I can find it. Today's what we're doing today. Today is, I always say it's quote unquote simple, but today we're merging the cafe and spellcasting and adding ghost. Probably not going to get through the ghost bit, but at least I hope to be able to merge, or at least begin to merge. Like I said before, yesterday I started on it to see if I could figure it out, or at least get a move on, so it wouldn't be a day pushed away of just non-progression. So we'll see how that goes. And after that, ghost. We'll get to ghost once we can actually merge the spellcasting, since ghosts rely heavily on spellcasting. In the meantime, in between time though, I will take you to this page. 1 second. Hi, Decat! Welcome to stream! And so it appears, as you arrive, that you seem to be, here again, at this time of day. My, how does it seem to get busy, doesn't it? And, since you happen to be, trapped at this elevator, unfortunate you, fortunate for me, why don't I spend 1 minute discussing and giving you the pitch of my game to see if you can get sold. It's a segment I enjoy doing at the start of my streams, or programming streams at least, to get people in the mood for the programming, and also serve as a way for people who haven't seen my game before, haven't heard of it, are curious as to what's going on, and just overall give an idea of what's happening, and the goal, and overall general idea. So I'm here to sell you out on my game, and I have 1 minute to do it, hence elevator pitch. And that is the game over there, Necrotype Cafe. Alrighty, are you ready? Let's see. Let me go ahead and where are we at? Get my timer out so I can see. And then once I start this timer, we are going. And we'll see if we can make it to get a pitch in, get everything a move on. We got a lot of work today. A tuxedo? What do you mean? This isn't a tuxedo. It's a business suit. Thank you very much. Very business, in fact. Very business, you can see. business. Alright, so let's do it, and 3, 2, 1, go. Now, okay, one more time. okay, serious, business, serious. I can do this, yep. Okay, welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a typing, spellcasting, cafe sim game where you spend 3 days, or the 30 levels, 10 seconds, okay, this time for real. Okay, welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a game that is best described as a restaurant sim, a cafe sim, where instead of cooking your food, you have to create the food by summoning it with spellcasting. How do you spellcast? You have to play a rhythm typing game. The idea behind it is that customers come in, they get served, and you serve them by typing spells and poems and creating the food and serving it to customers. So it's a cafe sim with a twist. The setting takes place in a wizard academy, in the basement of a wizard academy, where you play as a necromancer who doesn't want to be a necromancer. In fact, she wants to be a baker, but she can't bake, so she decides to instead create a new type of magic that lets her bake. In that aspect, You play as Gabriella, and students come to your basement, illegal-ish cafe, and you serve them spells, and you serve them food. They give you new food to try out, new foods, new spells, fun rhythm, fun aspects of baking. And that's my time. And saying that, I've realized I forgot to grab something. I forgot to grab a second thing of water. So give me 1 second. Did I tell you that one felt a little botched compared to my other ones? But it's okay. It was a little rough, I'd have to say. If I were to give myself a grade, probably a C. Just about passing. That is the pitch segment of the game. And with that said, give me 1 second. I will let me go grab the water. I forgot the second one. Let me go ahead. Transition real quick. And here we are, we're back. Unfortunately, I found this out. It was working yesterday, but the program I use, which is called Concepts, somehow the file that I typically use, got corrupted. All the work I've had, and you didn't, oh, okay, I did read that. All the work that I had in all the files and the work and all the work that I have in notes and everything for the game got corrupted. Surprisingly, I've been trying my best to keep up with backups and everything, but I never thought that this program would need a backup. So it's a little unfortunate, but it's okay. The good news is I've been streaming most of my process so I can kind of go back. So we're kind of starting a little bit from fresh, quote unquote, but it's okay. As like I said, it's a trial and error thing, unfortunately. But we'll get through it. So in saying all of that, today's agenda is a little tricky. As mentioned in the pitch before, we have 2 parts of a game. And let me get my pen out. Let me make sure it's all good to go in there. Good? Wonderful. Okay. Let me zoom in a little bit more. There we go. And are the sizes okay? Let's go with white. How about white? So we have the cafe. I'll write that down. Cafe. Aspect. Cafe. And we have the spellcasting. Spellcasting. A-S-T-I-N-G. And the goal is to combine these 2. And that will give us our game. And to briefly just go over what is currently working and what's currently going on. Right now we have a cafe that's working, and right now we have spellcasting that's working. And I built them separately as a means to test them and to make sure everything's up and running before trying to build them together. I'm in the past used to build things together, but I've been trying to go for a more module approach to programming so that I don't have to rely on other aspects of code. So for example, I don't have to worry about changing food. If I change food, it won't change the customer because the customer doesn't need to know what goes into food. They just request food. But if I built customer and food alongside each other, I might have built them so that they relied. So anytime I changed food, I'd have to change customer. So it's a matter of trying to have a different approach to how things go. So let me go ahead and show you what we have currently. You can kind of see here, up here, my attempts at combining things. It's a little wonky at the moment. and we'll get to sorting that all out. For now, let's go ahead and go to the main menu. Right here. Let's go right here. And I'll go ahead and click play scene. Hold on. Green is not appearing. Let me make it appear. Here we go. And it should pop up with audio as well. Here we go. Nice. So this is the spellcasting aspect. It's currently out on itch at the moment. And I think I can go ahead and do Bing. Will that work? Is that the command I set it to? We'll see. And while that's waiting on that, oh, did it work? No, it doesn't look like it did. Hold on. I go here. What did I put? Oh no, it did. That is the right one. Wonderful. Okay, and since YouTube seems to, well, I'll give YouTube a second. But the game itself, oh, maybe I didn't fix the problems with Godot. Godot seems to be dying. Again, all over again. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hold on. Maybe it'll fix itself out, or no? Are we just having problems with freezing again? It's not a game issue, it's a Godot issue. It just doesn't like functioning sometimes. Okay. Maybe if I close it, and then maybe if I wait for Godot to unfreeze. Okay, it's unfrozen. So now if I click play, hopefully, game development moment. Exactly. And hi, Fabio. Welcome. Well, if I go ahead, are we good now, Godot? Can I do the things now? I think so. Right now, there's currently 5 games, and no, it didn't paste in. Oh, hold on. It didn't paste here, so let me go ahead and paste it here as well. There. Okay. There's currently 5 songs, and you can kind of see in the background how the metronome changes. And it was an aspect I wanted to change. I want for different parts of the game to have different rhythms and different beats. If it's a harder song, maybe I want it slower. If it's a easier song, maybe faster. So I wanted to be able to have a way to change tempo. That was really important. And now we have that. And let me lower this down just a smidge up here. There's different aspects in rhythm and beat. So we need to have a way to choose the spells and songs. And then once you play, this is the actual play screen. And up here you can kind of see this is the rhythm aspect in the spellcasting. So the goal is to type all of this out, and then you'll get your food. So it's a method of trying to keep on beat. So in this case, it might be like THEBITERTERTASTEIN. And if I mess up, so for example, THEEHESMOMOOK E, comma. So you can kind of see it forces you to try to keep on rhythm and beat. And now what we have to do, or attempt at the very least, is now we have to try to combine. You tried, oh, it's still closed. Unfortunate. So Godot's not fixed. I try, but it's still a work in progress. But you tried Necrotype Cafe not too long ago. It was really nice. You were lost in the first 2 minutes playing the game. I see. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I definitely want to add a tutorial once the prototype's done to kind of give an overall feel. And as a rhythm game player, you think the game's cool? I'm so glad you like it. That's always my hope, is making sure that part. As the cafe portion isn't the main part of the game, it is a part of the game. But the actual core value, the main mechanic, is this rhythm typing aspect. So that's why I put all of my focus into making sure that part of the game was good and up and running. And I speak as I'm waiting for Godot to reload and reopen itself. So I can go ahead and put this music back on. And now that Godot's opened, I can bring you back into Godot. Hi, Moon Raider. Welcome back. Okay, now we're back on here. So I can go ahead and close main menu now that you've seen the spellcasting aspect, and I can go ahead and click play here to show you the cafe aspect. And I say that, let me go ahead and mute the rhythm portion to see if I can at the very least. We have the mini game here. If I change this node to a node 2D, I should be able to hide it, I think. So hopefully that stops the music and everything. Does it? No, it doesn't. I see. Okay. What if I just take away the rhythm manager? You don't need the rhythm manager. Here we go. This should work. Wonderful. Okay. And then if I unhide you, This is the cafe portion of the game. Right now you have the character who can walk around and she'll be able to serve customers. The goal is that we're gonna redesign the cafe as currently right now. There's an issue and I'll show you the issue in a moment. But right now this is the placement holder for the cafe portion. Here, and I think the mouse shows yes. Here is where the customers will have their orders pop up. I think I might change it to up here. So this is the customer cafe area, and this area over here will be where you spellcast, and the spellcaster will go in this area with the menu up here so you can figure out what you're supposed to type and what you're supposed to order. If we go back over here, I've updated a few things. I don't know if it showed last week or if I have since updated it since last week, but if I go ahead and hi Asmodeus the dev, welcome Ernest, welcome to Pain. You'll soon see. So while I was looking and I was trying to get the UI working, I think that was the last thing we worked on, I got it working. However, we've run into a new issue, and I'll see if you can spot it as I'm spawning all of these customers in. As now the array works in figuring out the customers, and I figured this is a nice format. We have the customer timer, we have their number, and we have their current activity. You can kind of see down there. So do you see a problem with this current game screen? Perhaps. I'd say it's confusing. There's too many customers and I can't tell. It's too crowded, I feel like. And it's something I realized in the sense that, okay, 22 customers is way too many. Get copy pasted. Exactly. You can kind of see as well the icons are also working now too. Icons, meters, all of those guys. So it's nice it's working. But the thing is, too many customers. So that's one thing. Right now the capacity is, and oh look, we found a bug. Right now the capacity of the cafe is 22. And I'm thinking of changing it to something like 10. I think that would be a little bit more manageable than 22. 10 or less, I'm thinking, as also the customers and everything else will be a little bit bigger. So it's a little bit larger. And in saying all of that now, I can go ahead and crash again for starters. So let me bring you back over to concepts. You tried working on your game and you got so down trying to get a flashlight working? Yeah, it's the thing of, you think something's easy until you actually try it. So I don't blame you at all. I remember trying to figure out a main menu and thinking to myself, making a main menu should be really easy. I just have to make buttons that when you click the buttons, something happens. How hard could it be? I spent like a week on a main menu. So I feel your pain there. It's just a matter of going at it again and keep going at it. That's as best as I can. If it's too complicated or it's not working, just break it down a little more and you'll see. We are going to have to certainly break this down a lot more as I ran into problems. But I can go ahead and show you this. This is a module I made, and let me go ahead and This is a module for the spellcasting portion. It is the, how do I best describe it? Let me see if I have did I call it debug? I think I did, yeah. I had a screen for debugging where, and let's see if it works. I don't think it does, but let's see. You decided it's not the important right now? Yeah, flashlight, unless it's a big aspect. I try to always focus on the large aspects as the main focus and then kind of worry about the details a little bit more. Everything doesn't have to be polished right off the bat. So, you don't know anything about game dev really, but is it just like rigging a light to the player and then making a button that turns it on and off? No, I've never made a flashlight before, but I can at least know light is a really hard aspect to a game. Getting lighting to work, getting all of those things to work. So I would assume, no, it's a lot more that goes into it than just add light hook to player. Here is a debug menu I created a while ago, and the idea was that I'd be able to test spells without it randomizing. And you can kind of see here, a sweet, these are two flavors, and the idea behind the game, and it's a little loud in my ear, let me mute this for a second. Okay. The idea behind the game is that as you progress, wizards will give you different flavors to kind of mess with. So as you serve cryomancers, ice mages, you'll get the flavor of minty. So then you can have a sweet minty food. Or if you serve pyromancers, you can have spicy. So you might have a spicy minty dessert. Things of that nature is the idea. So let's see. There needs to be an input action, checking for the input, turning it visible or not, depending on if it's on or not. Off, exactly, yeah. Then maybe you have an animation for the flashlight. There's a lot that goes into it. This here changes the song. and then generating should work. So right now this is working. This module is hooked up to this box, which is important. The game currently, how it works in the main menu is when you click play, it generates everything. So it generates the flavor, it generates the, and it doesn't generate the paste. You get to choose the paste from the main menu. But the idea is that as how the game will go, and I think it's gonna crash again. It did. I'm so confused. It's a little bit surely. I thought I fixed the crashing issue, and I was working. I think maybe it is the program. Not the program itself, but something on my end. I was working on a different project yesterday, and it didn't crash once, so I thought I fixed the issue. But for some reason, Necrotype Cafe is giving me issues. Why is it crashing? Something on my end, I am sure. I've been trying to watch tutorials and read articles about looking at the console crash logs. I've been struggling to figure out the crash logs. So for the time being, crashing is its thing, at least for now, until I can figure that out. But yeah, it's not supposed to crash. It doesn't typically crash. It's a me thing. I'm certain of that fact. And yeah, Godot is being Godot. Yeah, it's just a little bit. You can kind of see sometimes it freezes, sometimes it crashes, and I think it's just this project. I was working on a project, like I said, yesterday. None of this happened. And since it froze, though, I'm going to take my regularly scheduled water break. Okay, so would I just call it a feature? Exactly, it's a feature of Godot. And hi, is it Icy? He'll do? Did I say it right? Welcome to stream. So, in saying all of that, this box here serves as what you would use to open up your spellbook. The idea behind the game is that you'll have the main character who runs to the side. There will be like a summoning circle you can use, and she'll have to choose from a menu of the flavor and the flavor. You won't get the song choice. This is just for debugging, but you'll have 2 flavors and you'll have the food. Right now in the game, there is sweet, bitter, and cake. Cake and cookies are the current products, food you can serve, and the current flavors. Let's see, your UI looks way better than any UI you've tried to make. Thank you. I told you I spent like a week on it, and you have to complete it until it crashes. I hope I can fix it at some point. As yeah, crashing kind of slows down development just a smidge, but I'm hopeful. Thankfully, Godot's a very lightweight engine, so it doesn't take long at all to load, reload, even if it does crash. So with all that said, this kind of serves as the spellbook, and I'll bring you back to concepts to kind of explain it a little bit better. I can kind of say it, but it's a little bit different. I'm trying to get better at my UI. It's a mess at the moment, but I think I'm getting better. Let's see. Make the words based on the flavor and the music in the background based on the product. Yep, that is the current thing right now, and I can kind of show you as well. Well, I say I can kind of show you. Let's go back into Godot for a second, and I'll show you briefly. What did I call it? Oh boy, yeah, it's the worst when you forget where things are, where things have been. But it's let's see. Okay, so we're in Spellcasting. We're in Manager. Here we go. Flavor chart. Is this it? Nope, it's not flavor chart. Spell list. Here we go. So currently, right now, at the moment, I have a few flavor charts, few spells. For example, this product is cake, and it is sweet bitter, and then this is the spell. And I have this up in a Google Sheets page, and maybe I can pull it up, but it's a Google Sheets page, so it's easy to edit. But the idea is that depending on the combination and the product, the spell will be different for each. So it'll kind of be a way to mix things up. Right now, I have them as just basic ones, but later on, when I actually add stuff to the game, like different products, like maybe milkshakes or sandwiches, I can go back and update things. So these are just placeholders, a way to show that the game is working in a proof of concept. But you can kind of see some here with in every bite, the bittering for a bitter cake, compared to maybe like a sweet bitter, where it's like a sprinkle of sugar is clinging, or the bitter taste in the smoke. Things of that nature. Fun? You like the way you used a JSON file? Yeah, that too took a really long time, but I'm glad I got it working, and thank you. It's a process, but it's working. This is the first time I've done anything like this before, so it's been fun to learn, as painful as it's been. So if we go back to concepts, we have the cafe. That's the area that you can walk around at. There's 2 different modes. You're either spellcasting or you're walking around the cafe. That is the two modes. So let's see. The spellcasting is kind of a screen lock, and I've been thinking, do I want to make it so you can move around? But I think what I want, and I keep swapping screens. Let's go back to Godot. Right now, spellcasting I think should only take place in the summoning circle area. There's going to be a circle here that you have to do the actual spellcasting part of. Later on, I mentioned before, there will be ghosts. They're kind of obstacles. And I'm thinking you have to lead the ghost into this room in order to deal with them and banish them. Let's see. While you're spellcasting, does the guest timer still go down and they might leave? Yep. The idea is you're going to have to really, really work it. But I have had some people say that might not feel good. But the best part about the game dev is that we can test it and see. As if typing it is bad while the timers are ticking down, we can pause the game while you're typing. But I feel like that panic of making sure you get it on time while everything's still going on adds a fun difficulty aspect. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Okay, let's see. Hi, Disco. Welcome back. Welcome back to stream. Okay, well, saying all of that, in the game, and I'll draw this out like this. This is a great rectangle, mind you. You think the panic is a good aspect of the game? Yeah, I've always been a fan of frenzy, and that's one of the reasons why I like restaurant sims a lot, is that it's a high managing game where you have to make sure your time's good with your oven's good, your blender's good, all of those things. You're panicking around, making sure people get served, making sure people don't leave, trying to appease people so that, giving them candy or something. It's fun. That's one of my favorite parts. So I'm trying to make sure it stays panicky, but not too panicky that it's not fun. But the idea is that you have this cafe area, right? This here's the cafe. Oh, hold on. This is the cafe, and this is currently kind of the spellcasting area. I'd like to have some sort of book that you can open, like this. This is the book. Great book, I know. But I'd like to have some book you can open, and then it have UI that you can click on in order to make the spell. So I'd like to have a way to flip through the book to choose the different spells and combinations. And then after you select it and say, all right, this is what I want, then the spell gets created and then you have to type it. That is the hope, that there will be a menu, as customers will have orders and you can't just make it, you have to select it. And saying that, there's some spells that you kind of have to think about. And so there is a strategy behind it. So because I want this book of selection, that is then paired to, for now at least until I make a book, that's what this here is. This little box here. This is the book currently, just selecting and generating. The issue is at the moment, when I run it, it crashes, and that's the pain I've run into. And I haven't been sure why it crashes, but that's what we're here to figure out. So the idea is that we need to have the game complete. And let's see, you love when your magic food is made to order and not put in a microwave magic? Exactly! Everything here is homegrown. Homegrown in the heart. The way magic works. The way magic works in this game is that it is, how do I say it? Vocal. You have to speak it into existence. You don't need items, you just have to have a strong enough voice. So just speak it into existence, easy peasy. Okay, so with all of that said, there's the spell minigame. And that's what this guy is here on our spell screen, or our game screen. The game screen consists of a bunch of stuff, but its main component is this thing here with the spell screen. This keeps track of all the spells, and this up top is the keeper of scores, and it's got points and making sure there's a win rate. Well, not win rate, win condition, loss condition. So we kind of need to edit it to update it a bit. And isn't there a log file that you could be able to check where the Godot freezes? I've been told there's a log file in the console. I've tried looking around for it, but the tutorials I found and have been trying to read have been difficult to find out. Maybe we can spend some time trying to figure that out towards the end. But yeah, it's there. I'm just not sure what I'm reading at the moment, and sometimes I can't access it. But yeah, there's logs files. It's just a matter of knowing what it's saying. That's half the aspect of programming, is making sure that you understand what the debugger is saying. And at the moment, I have no clue what's going on. But indeed, yeah, there is. So right now in the cafe, if I go back into here, and I go back into our minigame screen, the minigame screen, if I go, oh, okay, we're good. We're all good, yeah. Okay, so if I click play at the moment, as I kind of just slid the minigame screen in here, and I go ahead and walk down here, the game will crash as there isn't a rhythm manager. So I can go ahead and say, right, I want sweet and generate. Okay, never mind. Does not crash. Interesting. Okay. So if I do, oh, there we go. If not rhythm manager within time window. So it's saying, hey, you don't have a rhythm manager. And that's the idea behind having things in separate, is that we can take different parts and merge them together instead of having everything all in one. But maybe that's harmed me in this aspect, considering it's like a thing of, right, what parts do I need? There's definitely different ways you can go about developing, and I'm trying different ways and seeing how they feel to me. We can go back in here, and where do we need a rhythm manager? We need a rhythm manager here. I'll go ahead and, I'll go ahead and get a rhythm manager. Go ahead and drag him into here under spell mini green. And you see the music's now up, or can you hear it? Oh, you can hear it. Interesting. Yep, a function. Yep. Which is because there's no rhythm manager. You love game dev. Game dev is the best. I agree. Game dev is always really fun. Yeah, there's no rhythm manager. That's why it's angry. So now I just assign the rhythm manager that I pulled into the game in here. That's weird. The terminator is telling you don't have a function. No, it's telling me I don't have a node, and it froze again. So, what a break time. The spell screen requires a rhythm manager to work, as it needs to know when something's on beat, when something's off beat. And there was a very weird smudge in this game you're playing, so you touched the computer screen and found there was nothing there. It was just a built-in smudge. And it's frozen, so let me get some water. Okay, we're back. So spell screen now has a rhythm manager it can point to, this guy right here, now that it's been updated. And this guy also needs a rhythm manager. So I just add the rhythm manager in here, so now it should have a rhythm manager, as it's looking for a rhythm manager to manage the rhythm. How can the mini game work without rhythm? That's why it's angry. So now that we've solved that, what do we get? Let me go ahead and open this. So we can go back down here. When we go back down here, we go ahead and choose the two spells, sweet, and generate. All right, that's working. So if I type it, is it going to crash? Let's see. You love the rhythm aspect, very unconventional, but you love it. I'm glad. Initially, there wasn't going to be any rhythm, but I figured rhythm was a fun way to add challenge instead of just saying, all right, type fast. As a lot of people can type fast, a lot of people can't. So I figured adding rhythm would be a good way to merge people who are more experienced with the keyboard with people who are least experienced. To kind of bridge that gap, so you don't have to be good at typing to play the game. That was the hope in adding rhythm. All right, so let's see. Does it crash? S-O, okay, S-U-U-G-A-R-Y, comma, I-T-S-N-O-L-A-U-G-H-I-N-G-J-O-K-E, comma, S-W-E-E-T-L-A-Y-E-R-S, comma, F-L-A-B-O-R-S-L-I-N-O-K, comma, F-R-O-M-B-I-T-T-E-R-T-H-R-O-U-G-H-S-M-O-K-E, comma, T-H-R-O-U-G-H-C-R-E-A-T-I-O-N-S-I-N-K. Alright, so nothing happens on a win condition. And that's what we have to figure out. We want food to be created when the spell's done. And you can, you can see the spam at the bottom. This is really impressive. Good work, thank you. And welcome, Larry, to stream, welcome. And something else to take of notice is, do you think that was a really long time it took me to type that spell? I think the song I played, and I can check again, it's super simple to go back and open it up. This song currently is Spooky. And if we close it, we can go to the rhythm manager here, the rhythm manager screen, and we can look at the BPM. So Spooky isn't the slowest song, but that feels slow me typing and everything, as that was brought up earlier as well. Will this game be released on Steam? Yeah, Steam, yes. It'll be my second game and my first game to go on Steam, as that's one of my goals, and it'll be an awesome game. You'll definitely try. That's wonderful. Yeah, it'll be on Steam. For now, it's on itch to kind of get feedback and debugging and everything, but yeah, it's gonna go on Steam. Fingers crossed, and hopefully we can get the game done by the end of the year. That is also got a lot of goals. right now these are the current songs, and I gotta, well, yeah, the achievements could be fun as well. The hope right now is getting the bare minimum, but I'd love to add achievements and add customization and add all this different stuff. But right now we have to make sure we get the core aspect, the cafe and the spellcasting. Add those things, we can start adding crazy stuff, as you can get very out of scope very quickly. Let's see, there should be an achievement for the most guests leaving. You would end the game very quickly. It would end very quickly. And you can kind of see it in here as well. Spooky is about the medium-ish song, I'd say. There's 2 songs that are slower than it, and there's 2 songs that are faster than it. So overall, I feel like if you're waiting on a customer or if a customer's waiting on you, do you think that's a really long time? Hi, Panda Morales. Did I say that right? Welcome to stream. Hi. Let's see, the Easter egg you would want? Yeah, it would be really fun. So I'm just trying to think. Right now, are the spells too long, do you think? Especially for that slow, Spooky's about the medium, that's why it's the default, it's the medium song length. And for debugging as well, since we're not sure, I can go back to our spell list here, and I can just, I can just do this to make it smaller and make it shorter. Actually, never mind. I remembered something. And I hope it's still here as well. It might not be, but I made a computer. I made a UI, not a UI, AI, that could complete the game for me. And let me see if it's still in here. It would be under utility. It might be here, we'll see. So if I change this to true, it might work, we'll see. Possibly. So if I click play, no, it did not. Because the game did not start yet. I say. Alright, I can't get away with using the bot I made. Let's see. The spellcasting room should be a room only the player can see. So to like make it look like you could put a wall. Yep. I plan to have some sort of curtain or something to kind of separate cafe and the back room. Some sort of spooky area with dark lighting and candles so that there's a separation between the two. When you enter it, the background kind of becomes muffled from the cafe and you enter this kind of peaceful area. So yeah, there'll be a separation, that wall you kind of saw passing back and forth. Let's see. So the bot didn't work. Let's just change that back to false. Bot only works during the other debug besting. Backrooms reference? Possibly. Mayhaps. Okay, so in saying all of that, let's just go ahead into back into our spell manager. Not our spell manager. Oops, hold on. Trying to make sure I understand these names. Spell list. Here we go. And in it, what we can do, and I'm pretty sure what we can do, is we really only need, just take these guys out. It should still work. We'll just make it sweet, bitter, sweet. We can make it so it's only 2 spells. In fact, we can make it so it's only 1 spell. We'll just grab this guy and do some of these. It's a cake and it's sweet. And let's go ahead and just subtract all of this to make debugging easier. And actually, I say all of that. Let me undo. And then I'm just gonna do this instead, make it easier on myself. In case we want to come back to it. Oops. Control K? Is it? Oh, what is the comment button? I thought it was Control K. Am I rusty now? Control K? Shift K? Let's see. You can't type fast and wouldn't do without the metronome and still occasionally come back to the game. Not gonna lie, that's plenty impressive. I'm glad. The idea is, yeah, is to make it accessible without needing to be a speed demon. Let's see. Can a Godot game have a mix of 3D and 2D scenes? I don't know. I'm not much. I've barely done 3D. I'm just doing 2D, so I'm not sure, but I'm certain there's a possibility, maybe. I'm not sure why. Hold on. What button is it to comment out stuff? Mass comment? Godot, mass comment out stuff. I thought it was Control K. It is Control K, but Control K isn't working. Control K. Huh. That's odd, isn't it? And hi, Special Fried Rice. Welcome back. Welcome back to stream. You hate it when code IDEs don't let you comment your code. You always forget the shortcut. It's not working for some odd reason. If I go into here and go into this code. Can I comment out? Huh. So I can comment out here. It's Control K and it's working, but it won't let me comment out in the JSON file, which is interesting. Odd, but interesting, I suppose. Yeah, so if I do this, will it comment? No, I guess commenting doesn't work in a JSON file. Maybe that's it? Yeah, maybe, yeah, you can't comment in a JSON file. Yep, that's the thing. It wasn't me and my memory being forgetful. You just can't do it, which is a-okay and fine. I'll go ahead and just take all of those guys, make a new notepad so I can keep what we have in case we want to go back. It's saved on Google, so I'm not too worried, but I'll go ahead and make a new note just so I can easily grab it and go if need be. Just a new text doc. Let me undo all of this, copy all of this, then paste. All right, and then redo. And I just want to make it very short so we can get to the win condition faster, as that is going to be testing. We want to make sure upon winning, we want the food to be created. That is the win condition. In the current prototype, the win condition is the game over screen, as it's just testing the basics of the spellcasting. But since this is linked to the cafe now, we wanted to do different things. And I say that and it freezes, so let me get some water, see if it unfreezes. If not, do a very quick restart. Okay, so it's interesting to note, and are we back or no, Godot? I say, I'll play your games. Probably my games that I've made you, I've forced you to do. Let's see, reopen, So it's gonna be interesting. Right now, currently, and I'll show you as well, there's different tiers of food. So right now there is a score system for how well you did on making the food. So we can go ahead and take that score system and just modify it a little bit. For example, when you make a cooking food, you have poor or bad, or the food is burnt, things of that nature. I think it would be fun to add a way to have the food be some sort of hex happen, maybe, if you get a really bad score. Just something so the player doesn't think they can just get away with continuously doing really poorly. All right, and we'll just do sweet. All of the day there. And let's just make sure it works here in the cafe. They go ahead and run it. And what about it just becomes a magical sludge? That'd be cool. It would play into the necromancer part as well. Just the death and despair. Sludge sounds fun. And you're cooked. Maybe not. I want the game to start off easy, so it's not too bad too soon. Let me go ahead and mute those. All right. So sweet. It should generate that chopped up spell that we have now. Generate. Wonderful. Look how tiny it is. And I should be able to go A-G-E-N-T-L-E-A, comma, oops, T-H-E-F-L-A-V-O-R, comma, H-A-R-S-H, comma, B-R-I-N-G. Wonderful, it's working. Okay, so with all of that said, we're making progress. Progress is getting. So will that small text box be the final UI, or right now it's the debugger? Do you mean here? This text box here? Right now this is the temporary one. I'm not sure how I want it to be. I want there to be textures and everything. But for right now, this is it. And yeah, I think it's a little bit too small, which is also why I want to change the cafe proportions and sizing, as I think it's a little bit too small. I want the book to be bigger. This is just right now the temporary UI as I'm trying to figure out everything else. But for right now, we need a way for the scorekeeper, this guy right here. The scorekeeper keeps track of when the game's done and completed. And before we do that as well, I can go back and also just make this even shorter, with just one letter for each, just like this. So we can make it even 4 letters that we have to type, like that. All right. So the scorekeeper is the guy that lets us know when the game's over. We have a fail grade, a perfect grade, a nice grade, an okay grade, and a poor grade. So on grade N, we print grades. So let's go ahead and undo that, as I have a debug for just printing it on here, down here, to say, all right, what was your score? What happened? How did it go? Things of that nature. And let's see. Hi, DC Ertl Studio. Welcome to stream. Well, it's working. Top 10 quotes before disaster. Exactly, that's how it always works. Things always end up horribly. Let's see, you meant the small one that catches when the player types? Oh, yes, that. This guy right here. I am not sure what to do about this guy right now. Initially, I didn't have it on screen, but I think I like it because sometimes people are like, well, I typed that, but then you can kind of look at the box and see you didn't type it. So it kind of serves as a showing it's not the game that's the problem. You're the problem. You're the one that's typing it a little bit wrong. So let's see. Back in here in our scorekeeper, let's see if it prints out the grades when the game's over. That's the hope right now I'm checking. We'll go ahead and show up here. Hide this down here. Go back over here. We should also only get 4 letters, and I'm realizing it's not popping up. Here we go. All right. So it should be sweet generate. A-T-H-B. All right. And you can see down there, it did print. So the game did end. Now what we need to do is print out is there a prompt spell where you could order a droopy cheese option with a burger? No, it's a cafe. I don't think cafes would serve burgers. She's supposed to be more of a Gothic Lolita type, so it's supposed to be very high class and fancy, more so than a burger joint. And see, how could I? You're not the problem. It's not me, it's you. That's true. I'm telling you, it's certainly a you thing. I believe it. As long as they say it is. It's 100%. So let's see. Right now, that's good to go. We have pause, we have set grade, we have total grade. That's good. So right now, the game does end. So on casting finish, we need things to happen. First off, we need a way to reset, and we do have the reset up here. We need a way to reset, and right now, the game currently, when it ends, it has that green. So we need to have a way to turn that green off, reset everything. And right now, what this reset function does is it resets the scores. So we also need a way to show, right? So game over at myth, that's the signal. And if we go back to our spell screen, go back over here, this guy right here, when it gets game over, where are we at? Game over, There is no game over. So let's add a signal for game over. Let's see. Random idea, imagine the game's music building up speed when having more customers, so you have to type at higher tempo. Helps players finish faster, but also adds difficulty. That would be cool. I definitely want different scenarios to happen that would involve different tempos occurring. For example, spicy foods might be a little bit faster tempo, but minty foods might have a slower tempo. I'm not a musician, so I'm not sure how I'm going to do music quite yet, but I'd love to have just different music, different tempos, things of that nature. That's a little bit of a big task at the moment. So we'll go ahead and from this game screen, as the reset button, where are we at? Not game screen. I can go ahead and close this guy. We need to look at our spells, our scorekeeper. Scorekeeper is letting us know. So game over is being omitted. So we can go ahead and in our spell screen, spell screen here, we go all the way back up. We can add here, this guy here, game over connect. So that a function happens when the game connects and we can have it reset. Let's see. Would the game have dubstep music that you can type rhythm to? Probably not. I want it to have some 8-bit vibes to it, and I want it to have music akin to what it has currently. Just attempt to maybe either commission some music or make my own music, whichever one comes first. And let's see. Imagine having an inspector that comes by and you don't know what they would do. I'm not sure about inspector. It's supposed to be very low. Oh, okay, I didn't hide that. It's supposed to be very hush hush, down on the hush hush. So it's a thing of making sure it stays secret, but I definitely want, for example, it's a month, so I want at the end of each week a boss to appear, a boss being someone of the student council for a certain wizard place. For example, the main character is a necromancer, so she is the kind of on the student council for necromancy. All right, so we can connect this to a function called reset. If there's no reset currently, reset. And it is void, and go ahead and pass. So on a game over, we want the spell screen to reset, like this. And we don't know what we want on reset, but we want everything to be completed, all done. Let's see. The user input.grab focus. Is there a way to ungrab focus? Let's see, grab click focus. I don't think there is. Interesting, okay. Let's go back to our spell screen and see. Give a secret mode that when you get your beat, you beat the game. Well, that's definitely not happening. But I feel like secret modes could be fun. And is she the president of the student necromancer? She's the representative. It's the best of the best that goes on the board. And since she's the best necromancer of her school, she gets her seat. But she doesn't want to even be a necromancer. She's just good at it. All right, so back on spell screen here. When it resets, what do we want? So on the wind screen happens. And we need it to not be wind screen. We need it to be empty screen, or at least close the screen. How can we do this? I'm thinking, and I don't know. Right now, the game just resets, and I'm thinking, if we test the game, we can also test and see what happens. If I go back into the game, and it's showing up, okay, good. If I go back into here, go ahead and test the game like this. Oh, generate ATHB. If I click generate again, oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so maybe we don't need it to reset quite, but maybe it can hide itself or something. You can kind of test and see. Let's see. Nothing more infuriating than when a person who's just good at something, they don't care about it whatsoever. She loves necromancy. She loves it. That's why she does it. But she doesn't want it to be her career. You know, it's more of a hobby for her. She doesn't want to become the best necromancer out there. She likes necromancy. She likes it. That's the thing. It's like she has a passion for it. She just doesn't want it to be her whole identity, her whole job. Her family is necromancers. That's their whole thing. But she wants to be a baker and a necromancer. That's the thing. She doesn't want to forsake her necromancy. She loves it to bits. All right. So windscreen's good. All of that's good. So then if we go back in here to our, what is it? Scorekeeper. This guy here. What we need to happen is a way for it to save the grade. We can go ahead and do that. I believe I have a dictionary for the current grade. Yep, grade to string. And that is, if we go back to our options menu, not our options menu, there is a blue screen. You can just type screen here. It should bring up the screens that I have. So game screen, menu background screen. Okay, it's a game over screen. So game over, there we go. This screen right here. This guy is responsible for telling you your score, your missed, your longest streak, and your grade, all of those things. Right now, it is a color rectangle, but we don't need all of this. We just need this guy here to tell us. And there's a few things we need, so we can kind of game over and duplicate it and make a new one. Let's see, a bakermancer, exactly. She's bakermancer. She's doing a new thing, and raising the dead, lovely hobby. It's like gardening. Hardly notice the difference. So I'll go ahead and duplicate. Let's see if it'll let me duplicate. How do I duplicate again? Move/duplicate to, I see. So if I right click you and duplicate you, this will now be the mini game over. Mini game over screen, duplicate. And you are now the mini game over script. So duplicate, mini game over. There we go. All right, now I'm just taking things that we've used in the past and updating them. So we can go to this mini game over screen instead of the game over, which is a lot different. And I'll go ahead and don't save. Now we can kind of modify the mini game over without being too worried. We can go ahead and close that as well. We have sounds, we have color rect, that's the background. We don't need any of that. We can go ahead and delete that. This is a center container for the current thing. We don't need a play again. We don't need a main menu. We don't need any of that, so we can go ahead and delete it. We can also go ahead and, this is what happens when you try to mess with controls. Okay, so we do this. Oh boy, this is why it took me a whole week to figure this out. And okay, to read that. Yeah, this is as you can see, I believe I have to change the minimum width for this to work. So I'll go ahead and go down here, custom minimum width, I think is what I have to change. Yep, I'm slowly figuring it out. Now it's not what it was, which is great. So this game over screen needs to not be a canvas. It needs to be a control node. Really, it can be a center container. Like, that's okay. Let's go ahead and make it a center container. Center container. That is more than all right for it to be a center container. And then we can just kind of move these guys underneath it and get rid of the old center container. So now it's its own container, which is great. And let's see. Is she gonna yell at somebody in cursive if they complain about the food? No. She's a very polite, she's a polite cow. She's a little nervous sometimes, but she's overall loves baking loves necromancies. She's just not the most outspoken. She's a very quiet individual. But no, I can never imagine her yelling. Unless it's like, maybe she has to do some sort of like Viking yell or something for food. That'd be funny. It would certainly be funny. Let me go ahead and make this maybe 200 to, there we go. That's a little bit better. And in our game over, we'll have to also detach the script and add our new minigame over here. We'll go ahead and attach that. We'll also have to rename this to minigame over. Let's do over like this. And is she going to use her necromancy magic to create skeleton minions? Yep. Later down the line, after you've defeated some ghost, you'll be able to summon skeleton butlers to helping. And will she have a side part-time job? Nope. She's a full-time college student that the bakery is her side-time part job. That is the idea behind it. So let's extend center, what is it called? Center container, like that. And we don't need any of this for our main menu. That's not what we need at all. So that's all good to go. So on play, we don't need that as well. We just need activate, and that should be good to go. Hopefully. We'll see. And then we can go ahead and go back to our cafe. And back in our cafe, what we want to happen is when the game's done, we want the screen to pop up to show your, what did you do? Did you get it right? Did you get it wrong? And show those things. So let's go ahead. This is the spell menu. That's this guy here. All of this is the spell menu. So what we can do is go ahead and make a, I guess a container? Or can we add a, Containers are always so tricky. And it doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be something at the moment. So for right now, let's just do a panel container. Those are the really basic ones with the backgrounds. This guy right here will make him come out. And, oh, hold on. Panel, I need you to mosey. Oh, it does not want me moseying. Hold on. There we go. There's this little panel guy that doesn't have anything going on for it. It's just a little panel at the moment. Let's see. Yelling at the food not cooking fast enough would be too realistic. Why is it cold? Stop being cold. Heat up faster, faster. What about that? Maybe like some soothing lavender field drink. You have to sing lullabies too. That sounds like fun, but it's a lot of extra stuff that we can't really think about too much, but it's definitely fun to have ideas and think about it a little bit, but not close, but not too close. So we have our panel, and let's just do V-Box panel. Yeah, that's fine. We have our panel, and this is our spellcasting panel. Let's just start there. So we have the spellcasting minigame screen that goes in the panel. This guy here, and it's a little bit wonky. Is it even in the panel? I can press this button to make everything kind of link together, and no, it's not in the panel. Interesting. So let's see, container sizing. Clip contents? Interesting how it doesn't have to stay in the panel. It is odd at the very least. It's fine. If this is how big this is typically, let's just make the panel that big. Oh, I see. There's a certain size it's limited to. And then we can put it here. Let's see. Listening to this, so when you said guy, you thought there was an actual person that would say that? No, there's no real characters at the moment, just template customers. Let's see. Right now we have the minigame screen, and we also need that minigame over screen. So we can go ahead and drag this guy here. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. And this would go in the spellcasting panel, which is all the way down there. So maybe this doesn't need to be a panel, or it does need to be a panel, but it needs to be a V-Box container. That's the vertical box guy. And then we can go ahead and drag these two guys into the V-Box, therefore adding on to their size. And if I hide this, ooh, interesting. This does not go underneath, it goes above. You get hidden. Okay. So now our V-Box container needs to be shrunk so we can make it smaller. So if our layout, our transform, can we change our scale? Wonderful. Back to being small then. Okay, I did read that. Okay. So now, hopefully, when you select one, it starts with this, with the mini game here. And then when the spell ends, then it'll swap to being here. And this guy's gotta be a little bit bigger. So let's see, is there a way we can make you bigger? We start off maybe 500 by 500? Oh, I see. All right. You need to fit your container. So can we expand? Can we, like that maybe? This is why containers are very difficult. What if there was and at the end of the day, Gabrielle would do like those poses Sonic Mania characters do? I think having some poses would be fun. Those are always my favorite. And like a, we did it type of thing, or like a Mario pose. Right now, this is tricky. I think maybe it's the V-Box and the custom minimum size was the issue. Because yeah, this guy's way too small. And I need to make this bigger. It doesn't want to be bigger. And if I make this guy larger, like 200 by 200. Okay. For now, let's just keep it this size. We can kind of mess with it later. Right now, we just need to get it working. We have the songs missed. So upon the game ending, so minigame over is this script here. And it gets activated. Let's see. Activate on ready. Got ya. Main menu load. And this minigame over right now is connected to minigame over screen. Good. Great. In that case, freezes and let me get some water. This container stuff reminds you of when you were trying to learn web development. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. Making sure things look nice and fancy, but it's always so painful and not nice and fancy. And Godot froze. Let me reopen it. Give it a quick hot fix. Oh, yeah. Close it. Reopen it. I thought about web development, but I'm not really a fan of HTML. It's not nice looking to me. So I instead went into a different programming language. I did learn it for a little bit, but not enough to say I know it. Let's see. Here we go. But enough that I had to make like a website for a project for school. So the thing of, I tried it. To say I tried it, at the very least. So here we are back on Godot. And down here, in our minigame over script, we can go ahead and click it, and now we're on it. We don't need this main menu var, that is not required. We just need this to pop up, and we don't need on main menu press. And I'm seeing this again, and I'm wondering, ooh, okay, I'm glad I checked. So if we go back to our minigame over script, this has to be swapped. Copy. You come over here to our game over script. Yeah, you, this goes here. This is the game over script. This is the mini game over script. And you are the center container. All right, are you good to go now? Mini game over, game over. Good, okay. And mini game over, we'll go ahead and detach you again. Okay. And our game over, make sure you're not mini game over. Okay, you're game over, wonderful. Let's see. Yeah, you learned that web development wasn't for you. Yeah, but I mean, at least you tried it. Gave it a good try and see if you liked it. Some people do, which is nice. You can't really say you don't like it until you actually do try it. Let me get some coffee. Okay, so I'm wondering, how does this activate currently? As you can kind of see, the only function it has is activate. So if we go back to our game screen here, that is the current game screen, this guy right here. How it currently works is when the spell screen is over, or scorekeeper really, that's what we need to worry about. So on the score screen, on the ending, which would be here on casting finish, we pause tracking, set grade, and admit a game over. This gets admitted, and I'm assuming it gets admitted to this game over screen. So then if we go into game over screen, this guy right here, this then, what do we do? This game over the screen has an activate function, a on play again, and on menu pressed. How are we getting to this admit game over? I'm wondering. Mute rhythm, that's good. That is what we need. The game screen, interesting. Okay, in this case, this is what I'm wondering. Game over. Yeah, okay. So where is, and I know there's a button for it, which I'm gonna have to look up. There's a button to check where things are going and where things are getting tracked. And that's what we're gonna have to do here. Let's see, our game screen. Yup. Okay, so game over. Ah, here we are. I found it. The meaty part of game dev, exactly. Finding out where I actually put stuff at and scrambling around it. Welcome back, Luxuria Morningstar. Welcome back to stream. So here it is. In our game screen, we have an activate game over function. That's what this guy is. And it is connected to our game screen. Gotcha. So game over gets activated. And let's see, release focus. Gotcha. Remove child. Okay. We can kind of just, boink it. It doesn't need it. Well, it does need it, but we can kind of just, shimmy shuffle over. Let's see. Just joined the Discord. Didn't realize you had one last stream. Ah, I see. I guess what you're saying is I gotta shout it out more. But I'm glad you did. Welcome to the Discord. Welcome to the stream. welcome to everything. I'm trying to grow a place where people who want to make games can have a place to discuss games and discuss the trials and tribulations of game dev, as I am doing right now, and suffering. There's less suffering if you're suffering with someone. So back on this minigame over. This activate happens when the game ends. A Discord, yup, hold on. Let's see if the command can work. It might not. Discord, did it work? Maybe not. Let's see. Ah, it worked. Or only. It double did it. Isn't it great? Commands and everything. You can tell I'm a seasoned programmer. That's what you can tell. Oh boy. Here, let me see if I can do that. There you go. For those on YouTube. Alright, so we have this activate game over that happens on the game over focus emit. So if we do func ready, we need to connect this activate game over to when the game ends. So we can go ahead and do _ready, or hold on, func. I want it to fill it in. There we go. And then we can do utility dot game over dot connect, and then we're connecting activate game over. That's the mini game over. And then remove child, we don't need any of that. We're just activating our function. So this should work, fingers crossed. So func ready is that we hide ourselves. Hide should hopefully work. And then once the game over happens, then we show ourselves. Hopefully that works. And then if we go back into our cafe here, into our where are we at? And our spellcasting, once the mini game's over, let's have it hide itself so we can see if it's working. We can go back into here and on button pressed. Ooh, okay, hold on. Let's go back down here. So none of this needs to be changed. We don't need any of that. This stuff stays where it is. We just need these VBox containers to activate. So on game over, this spellcasting panel can, good to see you fixed your issues. Glad to have you back. Thank you, Clash. It's not all my issues are fixed. Godot's still acting wonky, but trial and error. And I'm glad it's semi-working. And yeah, there were issues I caused upon myself. So I can't be too upset, but I got it working. That's the important part. Glad to have you back as well. All right, so we can go ahead and connect this in our, let's see, into our UI, spellcasting panel, connect, open, create. Now we have that spellcasting panel. Godot's always acting funky. Yeah, it's a me thing. It's a me thing in not understanding how to fix it. There's a way to fix it. I just don't know how to. And I've been getting told ideas, and I've been trying to figure it out, and hopefully maybe towards the end of the stream we can kind of try to see if we can get it working, because I know there's probably a lot of more knowledgeable people on the topic. Not probably, but I mean probably in stream. That's what I mean. Right. So when this happens, if we go back into our minigame over here, we can go ahead and in our ready, connect it. So here, so on ready, that's what we already have, and I'll just kind of, move that around. So on ready, go ahead and say connect, and for now we'll just say hide spell casting. Hide spell caster as the function. And then we'll have a function called func hide, just paste, hide spellcaster void, like that. Let's see, you don't know if you should make your horror game in 2D or 3D? I've heard 2D's a little bit easier, especially if it's one of your earlier ones, but a lot of people do like 3D. The issue is going to be figuring out how to get that 3D model working and everything, depending on those things. So I found 2D to be the easiest to start with, since you can always just use either assets you can always find assets online for 3D as well. But so far I've been enjoying 2D, but also I'm more of a fan of 2D than 3D. So I think maybe it comes down to preference more than anything. So I'll go ahead as well with this guy and grab our spell minigame panel screen. And I'll also have it hide, or see if I can make it hide after the game ends. Like that. So let's see if that works. I'll go ahead and press play. So hopefully it should pop up. Oh, also I just realized, does this need to connect to anything or no? Are we good? You don't need anything minigame over? Okay. Let's see if this doesn't crash in our face. Crash and burn. Let's walk over here. Da, da, da. Alrighty. So it is sweet. Generate ATHB. Oh, it worked! Wow! I was not expecting it to work first try. But look at that. It has song, spooky, grade, perfect, longest streak, mixed. All of those things are good. And I think there should be like an okay screen where the food gets summoned. I want to have some sort of animation that plays when the food's getting summoned as the music's going on. I think that would be fun. But maybe pausing the game so you can actually see things happen. But it's a thing of, if the game's getting paused, if I go back over here, for example, if the music's getting paused, maybe it's more slow-mo that happens, as if the game gets paused when you're typing, then you can kind of just say, all right, I'm gonna get your order, walk over here, pause the game to get the order, and come back, and there's not really a change. And it's basically a game where you work the night graveyard shift at a hospital where stuff happens where you're trying to fulfill the patient's need. Maybe 2D, you'd have to figure out rooms and everything in 3D, but I haven't done 3D rooms really well in Godot quite yet. You can kind of see it's a little tiny, but it's working. We just need to change the scale. And I'm wondering, for just testing purposes, if I go back into here into our minigame over screen, can I just, maybe change the scale here and have it work temporarily? I'll come back and change the scale. Just right now, does the scale change? And look at that, you thought the typing part was a different scene. Guess that's because of the typing demo? Yep, the typing demo I made separately so that if I need to change something, I can change it there and not have to worry about it impacting the cafe. So I have the cafe separately and the typing separately. And now that I have both done separately, today is the day we merge it and attempt to merge. That's what today's stream is about. Merging it and seeing if it works. And this guy's still so tiny. This is awful. Maybe if it did hide. But this minigame is so small. Transform, like your scale's not, okay. I couldn't hack my way into just making the scale bigger here. I tried. That's clever, Prophecy, thank you. I don't know if it's clever quite yet. I don't know if it's saving me time or making it a little bit more difficult. I'm used to inheritance since I come from C++. So I've been trying to get into, I forget the word, but modules instead of inheritance is the goal. And hi girly Z, thank you for the follow. It hasn't showed up the notification, but I saw it pop up, so I can say it before it even has the sound. Welcome. All right, I'm saying all that, I want this guy to be bigger, but I don't know how to do that. That is not something I'm knowledgeable in. So transform, container sizing. As I can lower this scale, it makes it smaller, but then that kind of defeats the purpose-ish. And this comes down to a thing of containers and formatting, and something we really don't need to get into at the moment, so I'm not too bothered by it. I would just like it to be a little bit clearer, because this can always be modified, and the settings can always be tweaked. It's just a matter of seeing if this can work. So I guess in the meantime, let's make Spellcasting panel a canvas screen instead. Let's see, change type. Canvas for now, while we figure this out. And since it's a canvas, it goes in the center of the screen. And then we can kind of just take you and take you out. And it's just for testing purposes, we can kind of tweak it. And the only thing if you do 2D, you don't know how you would show off the horror aspects. Lighting is always a really good way to show off horror. Having a lack of light in an area can make things feel really scary. There is definitely ways, but lighting, sound, suspense, creating that feeling of the unknown can be a really fun aspect. I'm sure there is, and I remember getting recommended. I didn't see it, but there was a recommendation I saw of someone having, what was it? Making a horror game that takes place during the day, since a lot take place during the night. But maybe if you want that immersive feel, 3D might be the best way to go, as you're in first person. So in that aspect, yeah, since it's horror, maybe 3D. Or in that case, I'd say look at some horror games in 2D and see if that's the type of feel. Play some games around the ideas that you want. So I can go back into the spellcasting screen. It's no longer panel. It is now canvas. Canvas item. And that just means it's on the side of the screen now. Let's see. Also, how do you do the camera move into the spellcasting room? You can tell you later in the server, if not right now. I can show you quickly. Hold on. Godot is deciding it is now. Oh, never mind. Script inherits from native type canvas items, so it can't be assigned. Ooh, I called it canvas item. It's a canvas layer. I can show you. And you think the atmosphere makes the biggest difference? Yep. Very subjective from 2D to 3D, but that's just more being too fantastical. Yep. And let's see, honestly, that you already made the different components modular saves you so much time. I'm glad. I'm hoping. And you're already pretty impressed with how you have your project structured. Thank you. I'm hoping this will make it easier. Fingers crossed, as I'm used to inheritance and things relying on other things. So this time around, I wanted to take a different approach and hoping it works better. And I'm glad to hear it seems to be paying off. So this is the game screen currently. Let me make this a little bit bigger, as now it's just gonna forever be on the side of the screen for now, just so we can see the sizing and everything. But I'm glad it seems to be helping. That's the best part. That's the good news. Let's see, it's very subjective. That's just you. Horror fanatic, yeah. I'd say play some 2D games, 2D horror games, and play some 3D horror games and see how it feels, and see is that how you want your game to feel, and go from there. All right, so the spellcasting panel is now canvas layer. That's important. And all right, this is good. Here we are. It's a little bit bigger now. We now don't have to walk into the area, and I'll show you how I did the camera in a second. It shouldn't take too long to explain, and I can elaborate it in Discord if you need be. But right now, let's see if this works. So sweet, generate, and then ATHB. Okay, so this now not works. It's a little different now because you can see here, and I'll show you why I got the error. I know exactly why I did. And, unless Godot, does its thing. Hold on. But I know why I got the error. It's because it's referencing a VBox container when it's no longer a VBox container. It's now a canvas layer. So it's slowly but surely. And you have an appreciation for projects that take solid principles seriously. Yeah, I've never done solid before, and I forget what solid means, but I've definitely been trying to follow the KISS method a lot more. Keep it simple. Keep it simple seriously. Keep it simple dum-dum. That sort of thing. I forget what solid is, but trying to have more structure so it's not as chaotic. See, it used to be. It wholeheartedly used to be. All right. So it was acting up because here you can kind of see it says VBox container. This is no longer VBox container. And to fix that problem, I can also make this access its unique name and then just do this. So now it just takes the name. Now that should work. And let's see. Also, hearing patients cough dimly in the background can add a factor. I agree. And you can post it on the server. Yeah, that'd be, let's see. Here, I can also very quickly Google is, yeah, solid programming method. Let's see what it stands for again. It stands for, oh, nope, sold. Solid, S-O-L-I-D. Solid. There we go. Yeah, single responsibility. That's always been my thing, is single responsibility of a project, of a thing. I don't want a function that does multiple things. I always try to have a function that does one thing. That way I can change it. For example, for something that hides it, all it does is hide. And then I can kind of take different functions and merge them into a bigger function. That's always my favorite thing to do. And you'll explain more about your game dev and maybe even make the move to the 2D later in the server. Yeah, that sounds like fun. It's always fun to see game dev. As for the camera thing, really quickly to show off, oh, hold on. Plus it doesn't wanna. So we have the camera here, this guy here, and it's this purple box here. And the camera has a position, which is this guy here. So in the cafe, and you can kind of see as well, there's this kind of green bar here, and this acts as the detector. It's a collision shape. So whenever the player comes into contact with this collision, all the cafe then does is swatch the position. So on area entered, the collision shape, then it switches to being that new position, and then the camera just has an animation it plays that it slides over to that location. And then I can set the location to the positions up here. So if I want to add more locations, I can. If I want to change the numbers, I can up here. So I don't have to change the code down here. I definitely like adding my variables up top to change it. That's all it is. It's just having two positions and swapping between them depending on the area entered, area exited. That is the camera method at the moment, but it's a little buggy. All right. So in saying all of that, let's see if this works now and being more visible. And oh, what was that sound? Was that the... Yes, there it is. Now it popped up from YouTube. Thank you again, girly Z. All right, so if we go ahead and open this now, let us check. And I'm glad we don't have to swap back and forth. It makes it a little bit faster to debug. So generate ATHB. Wonderful. And now it pops up big bold. So the song, spooky, grade, perfect, longest streak, missed. That's good. Now what we need to happen is for something to spawn, for now at least, that the player can pick up. And that will be the food. So right now we can just have it be a little cake or a little box, just a 2D, just a rectangle, a sprite. So let's see. But yes, you wanted to just pop in to say hi again before we ran off to grab food. You'll stop by again later if you're still going. Thank you for joining, Luxuria Morningstar. It's always a delight to have you. I hope your food's delicious and nice and tasty. And I hope you have fun. Oh, okay, did that. It makes sense because you want the camera to move from the patient room main hub to the hallway where most of the horror happens, because the horror events will be random. Yep. And welcome, DCat. Can someone explain what's going on? Sure, I can be that someone. It is just a matter of we added onto the screen the end. We needed a event to happen when the spell finished. So now we have that going where once the spell's over, we have it pop up on screen. So now what I need to do is add a way so that food is summoned so that you can serve it to customers. As right now, there's no way to serve customers. So we need to add a way to just rescaling UI. I don't want to touch it. It's always so scary touching that. And I'm thinking, yeah, these guys are scary. You never want to touch them. You never want to mess with them. They'll mess you up. Instead, what I'll do is make this a 2D node for now, I think. As then I can kind of just make it its own thing instead. So back to here, make this node 2D. Node 2D. And then we'll just scale it. It'll be set temporarily, and that's double. Hide that. There we go. You understand? Yep, it's pain currently. Welcome as always. So then I can go ahead and shrink the scale here. It'll just hide and reveal itself in its own thing. It won't have to worry about being connected to anything, as I think walking to the area is important. So I'll make this up here. And then I'll also shrink this minigame, as making it canvas layer doesn't seems like the nice idea, but I think here will be a little bit easier to tell what's going on. So let's just do a quick check. If I go ahead and open up the game. Yeah, it always comes down to a thing of just, does it look great on screen? Is it working on screen? But I can see the thing, this is working, and then sweet, generate. We have ATHB, and it disappears, and this pops up. And once this pops up, I want food to appear down here. And then food will have to be able to pick up, and then we can bring it over to the customers. So we're just linking things together so that the spellcasting system interacts with the cafe system. And I want to be able as well, when the spellcasting goes on, to lock the player out of moving. Since I'm not sure, well, people use WASD. Right now you can only move with the arrows, but WASD will be it, so I want to be able to swap back and forth with the two. Let's go ahead now and make a thing, an object. And I said we should do a rectangle, but since it'll be sprites kind of work a little bit differently than rectangles. So let's modify it a little bit. So I'll go ahead and close the game. Let me get some coffee. Open up a sprite. There we go. And that's another reason why I wanted to have a focus on 2D. There is a way to make pixel art in 3D, and it's something I want to try in the future, making a 3D game with pixel art, as there's this program called Blockbench that's free, and there's also Blender, and I feel like that would be a fun challenge, programming a 3D low poly game. Usually 3D is high poly, and that's why I never liked it. That's why I never had a want to do it. And I'm speaking as I'm waiting for Sprite to load, but I think making a 3D game would be fun. Maybe not a full-scale 3D game. Maybe like for Game Jam. Maybe we could do something for people who also haven't done 3D before, so we can kind of all learn together and do it that way. I feel like that could be fun. So let's see. Cake comp. Here we go. Alright. So on a previous stream, I'll bring you over to this screen really quickly just to show this off. We did a food study. So I'm just going to take this cake that we have currently and just grab this guy and copy him, and this will be the object that we create. It's not actually, well, it is a cake, but it can be any cake. It can be a bitter, sweet cake. So I'll just copy that and new 16 by 16. As the idea is that, oh, where'd the cake go? Hold on. Is it this layer? This layer? Ah, wrong layer. Don't you love to see it? And the cake is, oh, there we go. All right, here you are, cake. And then I'll export this as cake. Export as cake. Cake. And the idea is that depending on the food, the game will have different sprites. And I'd love to animate the sprites as well. There's this mod in Stardew Valley that has animated sprites, and I think it changes the game from having sprites. Well, I say it think. I can show you in a second. Let me first add this to the game. Because I think it's a thing to consider. Animated sprites versus just regular sprites. I think it adds a flavor, and yeah, cake. All right, so let me go ahead and export this to textures, and let me save it as a PNG. Just a temporary cake PNG for the time being. Export. Here we go. And we'll go back into Godot. Bum, bum, bum. Here we are, here we are. And I can go ahead as well and do, oops, wrong button. This. And Stardew, animated texture. There we go. Because I think it definitely is a thing to consider. And pixel art is awesome, but you're debating on doing pixel art or vector. I think it's definitely a choice. I like vector since it's scalable, but I like pixel art because I've always wanted to do art. And pixel art has seemed to be the way I've been able to do it. It's allowed me to get my ideas out that I wanted to do. Be it characters, animations, things of that sort. It's been nice to have an outlet. And vector art, I do like it, but I feel like pixel art has a little bit more charm. But either or, I'm sure you'll have fun with whatever you decide. And I say it would be easy to find that texture thing, but I can't find it, so never mind. I take that back. We'll just have to, you just have to believe me. Just search up, it's a mod, Stardew Valley animated sprites. It changes the game, the feel of the game. Alrighty, so back in here, we have our game. Oh, hold on. Does it have to let me back in? Godot. I was just talking about your praise. Now you go and do this to me. That's okay. We'll go back to the concept, it seems. Close, reopen, do all of those things. It's A-okay. More coffee for me, I guess. Let's see. Edit. Okay. We're back onto Godot, reopening the project. I really do like how fast it is compared to, well, I've been told, but for me, programs loading faster is always nice. Alrighty, so back in here, in our spellcasting, I have a manager folder, and this is where our flavors go. This is the sweet flavor, sweet bitter, and this is our spell, where is it at? Our spell. This is how spells work. Currently, there is an ID, there is a product, there is a flavor combo, and there is versus. The product needs to be linked to, and this takes place in cookbook. It's been a second since I've seen it. The cookbook, we have to kind of keep going. Where's cookbook being kept? The cookbook's in common. Cookbook is where all the food goes. So I'm glad I have it in cookbook. That seems right. So cookbook has the products. Right now there's cake, cookie. Right now there is the products of string. So we have none, cakes, cookies. All of those things are listed here in cookbook. So whenever I intend to add more, this is where it'll go. So we can go ahead and add new food, and this can be textures. And our common, yeah, that's it. Textures can go in common. I'm trying to keep everything, so all spell stuff goes here, all screen stuff goes here, all cafe stuff goes here, and this is common, so that's what I'm thinking. Does this go here? We can always change it, which is nice. For now, let's just have, well, because the cookbook goes in here. The cookbook's universal. All universal I have going in common. So for now, at least, let's keep cafe where the food goes. Yeah, I say where the food goes, right here. Food, order, perfect. Alrighty, let's just put it in food. Textures, food textures. Seems about right. And I call it food, really it's products. So let me rename this as well, as I want to have tea, I want to have hot cocoa, things of that tasty nature. So for now, let's just call this product. That's what it is, product. So will there be a town area of the Necrotype Cafe? Nope, not at least initially. I wanted this to be a small scale game that I could make in 3 months. And it's already going past the 3 months. I started at the end of August. It is now November. But for now, at least, the game takes place here. I'd love to add extra stuff, but for now, this is the game. It'll just be added stuff on top of here. But I'd love to have maybe more months, endless mode, things of that nature. But for now, to keep things small scale and trying to keep things on schedule and able to do it within the time frame I set, I've tried to keep it as small as I can in terms of scope. And once I make and finish it, then I can go back and add all the cool and neat stuff and the wows and oohs and ahs that I want. So back in here in our products, we have our textures. And in our textures, we can go ahead and upload that cake. Well, here is our cake, the little guy right here. And then what we can do is if we go back to our cookbook, so this guy right here. Oh, thank you, Benes. Is that how you say it? Benes Emmerich? Welcome to stream. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome, and welcome to the everlasting freezing of Godot as I import, and it does not like me importing, so I might have to refresh. Since it froze, let me go ahead and get some water. It's always nice to mandatory water breaks whenever Godot does its thing. Once Godot gets fixed. Oh, there we go. It worked. Wonderful. Okay, water. Okay, so we're back in here in our cafe and everything. Now, I want to have, how to best describe it? So there is flavor, and there's flavor combo, and then there is product. Is the cafe building one sprite, or is it modular? Right now, this is one sprite. It is just this one area. But I'm not too sure if this is the temporary one, but I plan to redo the textures. And I want to redo it. Right now, it fits 22. 22 is way too many, so I'm making it smaller. And as I'm speaking, let me go ahead and open up this thing here. As this is, I always like debating structure of code and figuring out the right way to do things. But I also have to remind myself that, and let me make sure I can type this, Google Docs. I always have to remind myself I can't always have it neat, especially when it's a prototype. It's better to do it fast and quick and then polish later. Let's start with polish, because if you're worried about it being perfect initially, you can never really get past that initial part. But if you're doing it fast and you're doing it dirty, you can clean it later instead of trying to really go bit by bit and make sure you get all the specs. So I can go in here into our sheets to kind of explain a little bit better what I'm talking about. I can go into here. Okay, this is not the sheet I'm looking for. This is not the, oh, never mind, it is. Okay, I'll go back into here really quickly. Kind of show what I mean as this, figuring out this and structure is important, and figuring out how it'll look later. We can always change it later, but it's nice to have at least a starting point. I'll go ahead and transition you into Google Drive, Google Docs, Google Sheets. And you can see here, this is the, which one is it? So this is the current formatting I have. I can zoom in a little bit. I say a little bit, but a lot of it. Right now it's a times table. So you have sweet, sweet, makes sweet, sweet. Bitter, bitter, makes bitter, bitter. So whenever I add a new flavor, I just have to fill out the timesheet. And then on here in the spells list, you can kind of see there's a product and a flavor combo. And then this is where and I'll zoom out a little bit. This is where the spells go. This is how it's structured, so I can always change it or modify it. And if I need to change something else, I can always edit this, which is nice. It makes it easier to do than staying in Godot. So with all of that said, we need to have not only ID, product, flavor combo. When we import this, we need to have oh, thank you for the follow. Was that a follow? It was. Thank you, Fabio. Welcome again, I suppose. I'm thinking, and it's a thing of the way textures work. I think it would be best not to have cake 1, cake 2, cake 3, cake 4. When people make games, they make an atlas, right? The thing that keeps together all of the sprites. And I can show you really quickly. If I hold on, they say I should have some in here, but they make an atlas, right? And where are we at? Hold on, characters should be in here, possibly somewhere. Characters, this should work here, and then I should be able to go to here, and then I should be able to go into here we go. So when people make objects, items, characters, all of those things, they make an atlas, and this is what I have currently. For example, this is Abigail from Stardew, and I say that as it's not important. Here we go. Abigail, Stardew Valley, atlas. That way it's all on one thing instead of being one picture for all of these things, and then you have 32 files. So I think the better formatting would be to have a sprite sheet for cake, a sprite sheet for cookies, and keep it that way instead of separated files for all of them. So for example, when it comes down to adding cake, we can have a thing of cake, and then we can just have a lot of these cakes together, and then depending on the cake, we just choose the index. And wouldn't you know it, if we go back into here, I already do have an index, so we can go ahead and use that to our advantage of just take the index or the ID, which is it's similar. So we'll just take the ID or the index of the atlas to choose the cake. And I think that's the best way to format and structure it. Let's go back over to Godot. And so with all of that said and done, what does that mean? If we go back into our, let's see, in our commons, in our, back in commons, in our cookbook, this is the cookbook, this is the importer. In our spellcasting, when we import things, that would be in our spell manager. This is where everything gets imported with files and messing with files. And this is the init, this is initiating everything, and then this is parsing the data. So all we'll have to do, and I think I might have to do this a little bit off screen, is I look at this code and I can read it, but I'm gonna have to sit and really look at it to understand it. But just general looking at it, we'll need we'll take the ID, and then we'll just have a place to keep all the textures. So just a texture chart in the up here where our textures are. So this will be like the cake textures. Okay, so in saying all of that, to show my point also, I think this would be a good idea. Hold on. Let me go and make this edit. Edit canvas size. If we go back into Sprite really quickly, just so you can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna make this 32 wide and flop it to this side just to show off Atlas feel. And then I'm going to take this guy, paste it, move it over. Oops. Take you, paste you, move you over. Move you over. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and quickly retexture it. So go ahead and, Grim the Dev. Welcome to stream. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Thank you to coming to pain and suffering. Let's go ahead and make this like a white cake. How about that? To show off it being an atlas. And now let's export it again as the cake atlas. That way we can have two cakes and we can make sure atlas is working. I'll go ahead and name this cake atlas. And we can go back and change it later. Grim the Dev is you. I see. Multitasking. I got ya. Interesting. Why the two different names? I'll go ahead and change this to a sprite instead. Or yeah, PNG. And we'll export it that way. And then go back into Godot. So we'll get rid of this cake PNG for now. And we'll go ahead and take the where are we at? In here in our materials, and then if I go into here and then into this file, there's so many files, but I do like having lots of files. Having a lot of files on my computer makes me feel like I'm working. It gives me the feeling of productivity. I can't complain too much. Alrighty, so in our products, what do we need? The product is just an enum. It's not really an item. And funny story, you changed your name to Grim on Discord because your friends told you Asmodeus, the demon, shouldn't be named that. You never changed your name on YouTube. Ah, yeah. I mean, that's true. To each their own, but yeah, I do agree. It's an interesting name choice. Okay, so the way things are structured, the product is not an item. Right now, and that's what I'm thinking as well, how should it be structured? I'm thinking it would be okay if it were an item and we can kind of just attach it. That way we can kind of summon, transfer it, so you can hold the item and it can be its own sprite. So we can go ahead and in products, go ahead and make a new scene and we can call it product. Should be product or item. Well, let's just call it product. The issue is if we do, let's do item. Maybe this will be a broom later on or something else. But if it's something she needs to hold, we can do it that way. So we'll go ahead and do this. So now this is the item scene. And in item will have a sprite. And this is where things get a little bit tricky in trying to figure out what exactly do we need, but we'll see. And then the texture, we can go ahead and drag and drop our cake atlas. Or hold on. This will work for any sort of texture. Right now we can worry about that later. For right now, let's go ahead and have the offset be alrighty. The animations, it is 2 vertical frames, or no, horizon. So it's 2 horizon frames, which just leaves the sky. And then if we want to change it, it would be v-frame or frame 1, and that changes it to white, or v-frame 0. Fixed it. Ah, that was a quick fix. Interesting. Now I have to remember the name update. But nice. And the idea is that we'll take this item and we can go back into here. So when the game does its things and stuff, an item will be spawned here, which then the player can grab and pick up, and the item will be able to be placed down and ordered and things of that nature. Now the goal is to summon the item, and then we have to serve the item. So now, and I can go back into concepts to kind of explain it a little bit more. If I go down here, where did my pen go? Oh, and my tablet's now closed off. Alrighty. So now the goal is, if I can move it, the cake needs to go from the summoning circle, and look, this is a lovely cake. I don't know what you're on about. The lovely cake goes from the summoning circle to then being on the player. Let's just do a body to being on the player, and I'll grab that cake again. You know, let's just do the Undertale thing and put it on the head. The player then goes and serves it. Then the player will put it on the table, which is this guy here. This is the table, and the cake will go on the table. So that's why I think it should be an item, as it needs to be moved around and placed, depending on the sections. And will there be more than cakes? Yep. That's the goal. This is just the initial things, but I want hot cocoa, I want tea, I want crumpets and cupcakes and finger sandwiches. So lots of cafe things. Right now, this is just the starting point, but I want a lot of different flavors and I want a lot of different foods. Right now, these 2 are kind of just the initial ones to make sure the game's working. And once the game's working, we can then expand on the idea. So step 1, make sure the food is summoned. That's step 1. So let's go ahead and work on this guy right here. So if we go back into Godot, okay. Give it a second. I thought I fixed my OB issues, but it seems to have acted up for a second. And also, to be more clear, when you pick a flavor, there should be a little tooltip that appears and has icons for which magical types. Oh, that is a good point. I figured you would gain that knowledge as the game goes on. For example, you start off with 2 flavors, and then as you get more flavors, you kind of learn as you go. But that would be nice to kind of have some icons, especially if she's reading out of a spell book she's made. As yeah, I like icons. I like different colors for different things. I do like that idea. And I think that would be fun, especially when you get down to the design part of it. Right. So for right now, we're just going to make a quick color rectangle. And this guy is going to be the position. Food position. This is where the game will look at to put the food down. And we'll go ahead and do that. And this item will need a collision area so the player can pick it up. Let's go ahead and go back to item, as it will need a collision thing. A collision shape. Let's see, shape 2D to a collision object parent. What do you need? I forget. The collision shape 2D to area 2D. We need an area 2D. We'll grab this guy as well. The area 2D goes like that. And then it needs a shape. So we'll go ahead and grab a, for now, circle shape's fine. We'll just make the circle shape really big, like that. A little bit bigger so the player can actually hover around it. Let's make the color yellow. Do I have yellow at the moment? Oh, I do have yellow. You can kind of see up here all the different colors I have to kind of color coordinate everything. Let's make it instead, about you, blue. I don't think I have blue. Let's do blue. And this will be on the layer of, let's see, the visibility, is it visibility? No, it would be here in area 2D, collision. There we go. So right now I have a collision of world, I have a collision of player, I have a collision of customer, seats. We need one for food. So 5 will now be, or not food, product. Here we go. Gotta remember. Product. So 5 will be product. And from my understanding of how layers and collisions masks work, as I realized Godot's kind of sized improperly, let me fix that really quickly. So it's not as big. I can just do, where are we at? Make this a little bit easier on the eyes to see. Like that. You can see more of the screen. Right. So as my understanding works, the layer is where they live. The layer is their body, the mask is the eyes. So it says, hey, I am on layer 5, and the mask is saying, all right, what can I see? What can I detect? And we want it to detect the player. Here we go. So it exists in layer 5 and can see layer 2. That is what it's looking for. Alrighty. And this is the item. It's all good and dandy. We can kind of modify stuff after we figure it out. So right now, this is the area. So on a cafe thing working, and then we can kind of do this here. Let's add food position. Well, food position's already a node itself. It already has the position and everything. Let's go ahead and put this here. And we need a way to add it as a child. And I kind of did this already back when I was figuring out the customers. I can go ahead and close the seat manager. So my customer manager, the way it works is it spawns the customers, and this is where it does it at. Instantiates and all of those sorts of things. I wish I could explain it. I only partially get it at the moment. It's that thing of where you have to kind of do it repeatedly to continuously understand it. But as it stands, it loads a scene, then adds it as a child to a area, and it adds it as a child to the customers. So in this case, we need to load an item and add it as a customer, or not customer, child of food position. Let's go ahead and make a script. And this is the food position, and this script can go, for now, it can go food. How about food manager? I kind of like that a little bit better. Let's go ahead and make a node 2D called food manager. Node 2D. And this will be not food manager as well. Product, or P-R-O-D-U-C-T, product manager. It'll be responsible for keeping track of all the products. And this is where the product position will go. Product, spawn position. That's a little bit clearer. And then this is the product. It's not an item, it's a product, but for now we'll call it item. So I'm not too sure if I want to do extra things on it. For now it is item. And item it is its own thing, and we can go ahead and also add a child here. Not a child, add a script. Call it item for now, but if we need to expand upon it so that there's other things aside from item, so for now, it's item, and then it can go in here to item, yep, okay, and create. So for now, it is class underscore name, item. Oh, item, there we go. And that should work. It doesn't look like it works. Is it spelled wrong, maybe? Class name, item should work. Yeah, you see how it's green, but item's not green. Or qua. Oh, there it is. Now it's green. It's working all over again. Interesting. Guess I had to save. Great. That's good to go. That is all good to go. So back in here in our product manager, we need to now add a script. Let's go ahead and add a script. Product manager. Product manager can go in my manager script. I can go ahead and keep it in here. So they're all under here in my managers. And then down here, we have process, ready, all of those things. So now what we need to happen is that when the player is standing over the food, they need to be able to pick it up. And then we'll just want the food to follow the player. We can have a follow command, but I think just making sure the food stays updated to the player. And then the player needs to be able to interact with the customer, and then the customer will get the food. So it doesn't matter the positions at the moment, just sticking with them. So for right now, we need the player to pick up the food. So in order to do that, we need the product manager to be able to spawn it. So we can go ahead and go back into a player. And right now, as the player works, if you go to where are we at? Here we go. So if input is interact, right now it works on customer. So this is checking for customers. What we need to also check for is to see if it is what is it? Yeah, for customers in range. So it's checking the current customers, and that is I believe here, customers in range. That is a current array. Right now, we also need a way for food. And that is where, well, I say food. I always say food, but it's not just food. It's also, it's right now an item. So if, as I don't know if we'll have lots of food interacting, or if it's just one current food that you're serving. So for right now, let's keep it simple and just say, if input action pressed, and let's see, what can I do? Where are my pockets? Okay, let me clean up something. Be right back. We're back. I realized I spilled a bit of coffee, and I wanted to make sure it got up before it stained. But we're good to go, and I'm glad you liked the music. I always felt like it was very hype and cool, and I was this as well. But thank you, being a tree. Is that how you say it? thank you for the follow. Okay. So, where was I? Get a little sidetracked after I stole that stain. Okay. So this needs to check, and I kind of try to keep notes here to help me remember. This is to make sure, or to check and collect any items right now. We can change the product, it can be items. Right now, check and collect any items in area. This is what it does. So this will be, here we go. Go on area to be 2B. Let's see. Yeah. Will the ghosts be just evil, mischievous spirits or something heavier like dead or expelled students? Spoiled, burned food summoning? Nope. The ghosts are friendly. They're very kind. The issue is, despite being a necromancer, she is terrified of ghosts. She enjoys every aspect of necromancy. She's just terrified of ghosts. And the idea is that the abandoned place she chooses for the school happens to be abandoned because it is littered with ghosts. So every so often ghosts appear and you have to deal with the ghosts by banishing them. And just joined, is it only lagging for you? Is it lagging? Oh boy, and here I thought I fixed the issues. Hi by the way, Chax. Welcome. I believe you were here the other day. Welcome back. Okay. Let me double check and see if I can... Where are we at? Is it laggy? Let me refresh and see if that helps. I thought changing some settings on YouTube would help and making sure it was better. Is it working? Is it... Oh, only lag for you. Okay. Is it working now? Is that a little bit better? And you spent that message like 30 minutes ago. Your Wi-Fi is definitely taking example from your Godot. Is it your Wi-Fi or is it my Wi-Fi? I tried to make Godot a little bit better this time around. Not Godot, YouTube. getting stream and all of that stuff working. But if it's still not working, I'll continue to modify the settings. Hopefully, now that I've refreshed YouTube, it should be a little bit better now. Fingers crossed. All right, so after saying all of that, let's see. So check and collect any items in area. Right now, it's checking to match body and customer. So let's see. There's gonna be a lot of ifs, so I'm wondering if we can do a match case to see, like, check match type. Is that possible? For example, match cases, switch cases. I do match body customer. Does that work? Is that possible or no? Oh, maybe. Like this. Can I do this? That way I don't have to do if statements. If statements, oh man. If else, if else, if else. Those are always fun. But also at the same time, it's like, for me, my rule's always been 3. If I have to do something 3 times, then I need to update the way I write the code. Let's see, if you don't know, it's just end your stream really started freezing and lagging. Is it still freezing and lagging? Okay, hold on. Let me go here. Let me try this. If I go here, let me check and see on my end. I don't know why it's happened all of a sudden, unfortunately, but let me quickly see if I can get it going, get it swerving. Okay, it seems to be working now. Is it a little bit better? It's like every time I check, it doesn't seem to be as it was, but I'm hoping it's a little bit better now that it's had time to get back to where it was. But hopefully, yeah, it's a thing of trial and error, and I will try to see if I can update it for the next stream, as this is the testing settings, and even offline testing sometimes doesn't end in the results I expect it to. All right, so match body, customer, item. We want it to do item, items, hold on, items, items in range, not erase, and then body. So this is adding to a list and subtracting from a list, and we'll add items in range in a moment. Right now we just need to append or erase. So it has a list of customers that are in range, and it has a list of items that are in range. So we can go ahead and just, instead of customers in range, it is now items in range. Items in range, and instead of customer, it is item. That should work. YouTube a little bit better now, hopefully, at least it's had time to handle itself, fingers crossed. Let me get some coffee. Okay, we can go ahead for item in items in range. We can go ahead and have item, let's see, item.collect, I think would be a good idea. So we'll have the item.collect, and then we'll have the item follow the player. that seems like a good idea. So what that would mean is that the item.collect would have a function, and then it would send the player, which is self, to run its function. So we can go back to item.collect. Refresh now, it's fine. That's good. YouTube's so wild. It seems like I've had better chances getting Twitch's connection to work than YouTube, but I like streaming on YouTube. So I'm always trying to make sure that it's as good as a watching and viewing process as I can get it. But I'm happy to hear it's a little bit better now. It's weird, very wonky, but I'm glad it's doing a little bit better now. Okay, so back on the function, func_collect. And then we can go ahead and have it be hi chat swapped over, I assume. Hopefully Twitch is a little bit better. YouTube it seems it has its good days and its really bad days, but it's a little unfortunate since I like to keep YouTube YouTube streams up. But collect, and then we have a target. We'll just say player, which is area or character 2D. I don't think I have the player as a player. Hold on. If we go back into, where are we at? Cafe, player, open its own scene. Yeah, player is just, oh no, player character. Wonderful. We can go back into item, and if we go back into item here and here, we can go ahead and say collect player. So then we can go ahead and say, have a variable I'm thinking that just has follow. So var follow bool equals false. And talk too soon. Oh boy. Now maybe a thing I'll have to get focusing again is that's really unfortunate. I am thinking connectivity, getting things processing. I don't know. I'm definitely gonna have to tweak it a little bit later and see if I can get it working. That's not good in the slightest. Very bad. Okay. So func collect, player collect, and we have a follow bool. So if follow, and we need a player. So let's have a okay. So let's have a var for player. And this will track the player, or let's just say target. I always like to call it target. And this is the, well, it's a player character. It's only going to be the player character. But it'll also just be a no 2D. And Godot froze, so I'll give it a second. It froze. Let me see. Okay. Sounds fine. And Jetsam, hi Jetsam. I remember that name.
123
Thank you for
rated
the
the
raid.
stream with
Welcome,
one
welcome back. I remember that name wholeheartedly. Hi everyone. This is not the best experience happening over on YouTube, but it's attempting trials and errors, freezing, crashing. Tis the life of programming. We're currently at the moment attempting to, indeed, hi. We're currently trying to have the food follow the player as the player collects the food. So back at this cafe area, this is the food, and this player needs to be able to pick up the food to serve it to customers. So this is the restaurant sim. So that is what the attempt is at the moment. Having the player collect the food. And I'm thinking we'll just have the player follow the food. So for example, this will be node 2D. And node 2D can be the player, or it could be the customer, depending on what it is. So we'll have the node 2D target, and it will equal null for now. So then, if follow, what we can do, so if follow, then we'll have position equal target dot position. So it follows it. And yeah, the little restaurant wizard game, exactly. It's been coming along well. It's going. Today is all about merging the spellcasting minigame together with the cafe portion. And you switch to Twitch because YouTube streams tweaking. Yeah, oh, this isn't getting into the slightest, especially since I try to keep it up here. This is what I'll do. What can I do? I don't know. Okay, here, I'll do this. YouTube is currently experiencing some errors. YouTube is currently experiencing some errors. How about that? And yeah, hi liar. I recognize that name as well. Welcome to the other side. Unfortunate. And then I'll also do here. If I do this, because I don't want to leave people who are watching on YouTube out. That's never fun. Let me do this really quickly if I can get it working. And I'll go ahead and yeah, unfortunate. Okay, here we go. I'll pin this comment here for anyone who does come. Okay, there we go. So that should help a little bit. There. All right. With that said and done, and thank you for also working with me through these trying times and switching over to Twitch. I do appreciate it, as yeah, it's never fun when things don't work, but attempts are made, and as long as there's an attempt, I consider it a success. So now that it's collected, we set the target equals player, and we set follow equal to true. So hopefully, the food will follow the player when you interact with it. We'll see. Right now there is food, so we don't have to unsummon and summon it. But the hope is that when I click play, when we click on the button, the cake should follow the player. So let's see. Does it work? If we go back over here. Oh, hold on. All right, so I should be able to go to the food. It does not work. Interesting. Okay. We have a little bit of work cut out for us. I can go back into Godot. We go back into here. So collect target player equals true. So let's see. Let's have it print collected so it says it's collected. Print collected. So it says it and everything, and also in player character as well. We have this working. We have items in range. All right. So we need to make sure it says collected. And I can also go back into the debug and switch over to visible collision. So wait, can you pick up multiple cakes at the same time? I don't know quite yet, but I want to leave that as an option if possible in the future. I'm not sure if I want you to be able to pick up other stuff, but for right now, we want a way to have a system to pick up things. I don't know if I'm only going to have one thing that you can pick up at a time, probably, but on the chance I want to have more, I want to be able to have that option available. Oh, that's why. You can see I can't press E because E is being collected with this guy. So this has to change so it's not selected. Interesting, interesting. That is why it's not working. Because E is not being used as a... Oh, I say it's Godot. E is currently being captured by the minigame. So we need to... OBS did its thing again and reconnecting and disconnecting. I spend time trying to fix it, but it never seems to enjoy fixing itself. Only in these recent wintry days does it seem to act a little off. And well, I'm trying. Attempts are getting made. So right now we need to have that grab focus when it's selected. And yep. Oh boy, it's the thing. What was it? It's Friday. Friday was okay. Friday was okay. Some days are better than others, it seems. So I just have to keep tweaking the settings and testing. All right. So this grab focus is what we need to figure out. Back. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Aiden. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to technical issues from all ends. And profile picture. Oh, is that Freddy? Interesting. And yeah, okay. Good to know we're back. Okay. I will proceed then. Oh boy. Okay. So in that sense, what we need to happen is we need it to focus when the game starts. So back here, when the game, back in our spell screen here, when the game starts, so on a spell generation, which is here, change spell, hold on. It is grabbing focus, so that's good, and froze, so more issues. Let me get some coffee. Okay, so I'm just wondering, where does grab focus go? We have grab focus, and it seems to work initially, but then it doesn't. It's odd in that aspect, it seems. And let's see, it's Nightmare Fredbear grabbing a Fred plush. I see. I can't really see it too much, but I can see the golden. I can see some golden color. Okay. So this user input, you can see here, this was here in ready. That's what happened, but then on input. So if event is UI canceled, get current character. So removing this is good. We just need a way to have that user input grab focus. And that's what the spell screen's doing here, where it says .grab focus. So I'm wondering, and it says reset variables, so grab focus should work. If I just do this, and maybe I can hack and slash my way to making it work. Let's see. I can re-enable the game. See if it works. All right. So if I go ahead and do sweet. Okay, its focus is grabbing and tell you what the game you're working on. It is a rhythm typing cafe sim. Right now, this is the rhythm, this is the cafe, and we're trying to merge them together. So the idea is that when I click generate, it generates a spell, and you can kind of see that generate button. We're having a little bit of issues and trying to make sure everything's connected. But the idea is that once you complete this poem, the spell, food will summon, and then you get to serve customers. So right now we're trying to make sure that food gets summoned, and then we can move it to the tables and serve everyone. This is the prototype portion of my game that I'm trying to get working. As once the prototype's done, then we can kind of polish. So it's a lot of placeholders and getting everything working. And lots of fun in that aspect, I always think. So when generate happens, that's when we need to grab focus. So we can go ahead and back in our cafe here. In our, where are we at? This guy here. This is our, where are we at? Our spell select menu. Ah, got ya, okay. So if I go here, on generate pressed, we need it to focus. And I have a function for focus. Let's see, spell screen.focus. And that, what does that do? Focus, it focuses. Yet it doesn't focus, which is interesting and odd. As it's saying it should focus here, but it doesn't like to focus. Odd. Always odd, I tell you. And the question is, does it need to have that up there? It's not too important at the moment. It's definitely something of note at the very least. So for now, we can keep moving and worry about that later. What we need to worry about at the moment, and I think why it wasn't working, is that the player can't detect the cake. So if I just, if I do this, I think that will work in detecting the cake. So if we go ahead and click play, I think the player should now be able to detect the cake. If I go over here and press E, no, they can still not detect the cake. Interesting. Some ideas, you don't already have these. One, secrets. The second, secret ending, the building explodes. No building exploding. Secrets, there will definitely be secrets, and there is a mini game, and there is also crashing. But no, not at the moment. There's some ideas already, yeah. But it's just a matter of getting all of this working first. But I do appreciate the ideas. Let me reopen Godot. So we need to figure out, or we need a way to see what's entering and what's exiting. Maybe the cake needs to detect the player. Maybe that's it. Go back into Godot. It's a matter of figuring everything out, and we're close. That is for certain. Just the technicals. It's always the technical stuff. It'll get eventually. Soon, TM. Okay. So back up here in our player character, the player should now be able to detect product, and it does. Let's see. This looks like a cute game. Thank you. I'm glad you like the look of it. That's always my thing. I like a game that feels fun and looks fun. That's good. It's working. My marketing skills are working. Let's see. The sweet pain of game development. Exactly. It's a sweet, sweet pain. Indeed. Okay. The cafe item, which is this guy here. So the items area 2D mask. The mask detects the player. That is working, and it is on the product level. If I go to customer, what is the customer working with? That's what I'm curious about. So the customer is, where are we? Area 2D? Where are you at? Your collision shape here, but where is your ordering? Here we go. So it's on the customer layer, and it detects world. And it also detects seats. Interesting. And then the player detects, oh, here. Is it here? World product. This area 2D detects, oh, gotcha. This is what I need to change. In this endless game, I do want to have an endless mode, but for right now, it's a 30 level game. It'll take place during a month. And there'll be weeks and everything to kind of decide. But I definitely would like to have an endless mode. Maybe even down the line, a yearly mode. And to that extent, making it a little bit larger. Right now, I'm trying to keep everything small and digestible. All right. I changed this area 2D so that it is product and customer. Since that's where the customer layer is being detected. If I reload it again, go back over here, and now press E. Nope. Not being detected. Interesting. Okay. Well, something's certainly crashing and not working. I'm thinking. I definitely think it is a collision issue. Here I thought I started to understand collision, but seems my collision ideas still need a little bit of work. Which is more than okay. I'm wondering and I'm thinking, how do? That's always the question. And also, now that I already have it skins, I plan to have lots of customization, but skins would be fun, yeah. Oh, wrong button. So area 2D. This area 2D is the one that's taking all the signals on body entered, on body exited. And this is you. And you are detecting customer and product. That is true. You are the one that we need to see. Yeah. Because this is little player only worries about the world. This area is what detects everything else. So I'll go ahead and print when area body entered. I'll print the name of the body so we can actually get names and everything. And then click play. And then if we go here, move it over really quickly. So this should cause a interaction. It does not. However, if I go ahead and click spawn here with the customer, it should cause an interaction. You can see it does. It does. So something has the customer working that doesn't have the cake working. And that's what the goal is to understand and get working. Okay. Item append. Maybe it's this, but this is working with customer, so it shouldn't matter here. Right now, the issue is just a matter of getting the areas to work. And I'm thinking trying to copy the customers. For example, it's detecting customers and it's detecting product. On customer is detecting, if I go into here, this is all right. This is the collision shape. Right? No. All right. So you only have this collision. Got ya. And the customer is detecting world. It's also detecting seats, but it lives on the customer layer. And then in the item layer lives in item. Well, it lives in the. It lives on the product layer, and it's looking at the mask layer. I mean, it's looking at the player layer. Let's see. Interesting. This doesn't live on any layer. It just looks at the customer and the product layer. So if I put this item, I'm curious, if I copy the exact same things that I have for customer, will that work? But I first want to see if I can get it working. So it's 3, 1, 4. So I go here and I do 3, 1, 4. Does this make it work? If so, we have some sort of identification issue on our hands. Do we go back over here? No, okay. So the good news is, it's not that being an issue. Interesting. Okay. Okay. It's a matter of figuring out collision shapes. So if it's not control nodes, it's collision. And that is a-okay. It's a matter of figuring things out. So we are on the product layer. We can see the player layer. But player layer is 4, I believe. No, 2. Right. And it lives on layer 5. The issue we're having at the moment is that the area 2D does not seem to be detecting. And if we go back to... Oh. Did I just die then? Everything, I tell you, everything. Crashing and burning. It's all right. Yep, okay. So let me save and close again. The good news is this is the last day. So I can spend a lot more time trying to figure out these issues. Hopefully get it up and running all over again. Initially, it worked. But it seems as time has gone on and as the longer I've been streaming, problems have arisen. Which is a little wonky, but it's a-okay. Let's see. Oh, okay, I did read that. So let me close Godot, reopen Godot, and see if we can figure out why collision isn't working. Collision just isn't being detected. And my question is why? I put it on the same exact layers as I have everything else, yet it's not being detected. If I go ahead and Google, that's always the first step, isn't it? Collision not detecting. ECT detecting Godot. Let's see. The collision doesn't work. So first thing you do is switch player street. No, nope. Let's see. The problem is the nope. Okay. So this guy, let's see if the item can detect when things are being entered and exited. I think that would be handy. So we need on body entered. On body entered, let's make it connect. Here, yeah. No. Body entered or area entered? Hold on, let me check with the player. The player is checking this guy here. Yeah, it's body. Okay. It's area 2D, and then we go over to item. On body entered, we can go ahead and just connect this here. On body entered, print body. Oops. And then we should get player if it can detect the player. So if it can detect the player, but the player can't detect it, that's where we know something's a little wonky. Let's see. Dun, dun. We go ahead and do this. Okay, so it can detect the player. The player just can't detect it. Very interesting. Okay. That's good information to know. Now we just need to reverse it. Or attempt to reverse. And I'm wondering, is it because we have it... If I go back to the player and I go back into here, well, it should print this regardless of what is entered. So it's just not detecting it. And this is our area 2D, and it should detect product, and it should also detect customer. It's not doing those two things, and that's what I'm wondering about. Why? And if we go back, I think this stays the same, right? Yep. Okay. Area 2D body entered. Okay. So I guess maybe the question is who handles the responsibility, right? Does the item handle the responsibility of tracking, or does the player? I would think maybe the player sends out and I think maybe it should be a little bit reversed. Maybe instead the player sends out the signal, but in the end I want to have an animation for when the player is holding the tray and activate things of that nature. So I want to be able to change both the player and what they're holding. In that sense, I think the player does need to know when something happens. It shouldn't just send a signal, or the item shouldn't just have it send a signal. And especially because all of these things are being detected already, it would kind of be a little bit wonky if we change it for this one clause. They want it to handle everything that is on body entered. Have everything here and not separated. We need to figure out why the specific part isn't working. So the item can detect the player can't detect the item. The item lives on layer 5 and it checks player 2. So the reverse would be living on checking, the player lives on 2, it checks 5. And I have that here. I don't have that here. The player lives on 2, it checks 5. Does that work? Does that help? Let's see. That is a little wonky since the customer is working. Maybe because it isn't a body? Is it not a body? Hold on. What do you mean by... You really have to hold on now. What do you mean by isn't a body? The cake has a body and the customer has a body. So it should work. They're both area 2Ds and also collision shapes. So I'm wondering, why isn't the body being detected? For example, the player is able to detect the... It's able to detect the world, it's able to detect the seats, and these aren't bodies. They're just the collision parts of the map. So that's working as intended in them not being able to press against the tables. So it should be able to detect, not because it's just a character body or player body. These guys here with their sprites. All it should be is it just has to be an area 2D, and it's checking other area 2Ds. And since the item is an area 2D, it should be able to detect it. And right now the thing is, the item can see the player, but the player can't see the item. And the question is, why can one see one but not the other? So they should be able to work in reverse. Let's see, if I click play, what happens now is my question. So if I click this, okay, so player is still only being detected. Very odd. Are you going to close on me now, game? Hold on. We seem to be safe. Okay. So that, okay. Right now, it doesn't need to be, yeah. This is player, So wait, how did the item see the player if player wasn't on the level? The player, that is a good point. Player, this node itself has its own, that is a good point. As this didn't have player on the layer. The player's layer lives here. And it lives on the player layer, that's 2, and then it's checking the world. That's what this is doing. This area, I thought maybe that was it. So I made it live in the player world, since this is just checking collision. So that's why I put that there, but that didn't work either, by having just this collision live. But all the same, well no, that's why it could detect the player. It's detecting this little blue thing. That's the player's current collision. And then we have the big layer, the big circle, which is the interact detection. That's the interact circle. And it detects the customers, as that's what this does. This doesn't even look at customers. It's just looking at the world. However, if we go back over here to our collision shape, and interesting. Customer. Okay, so the customer detects the world and it also detects seats, but it lives on the customer layer, and that's also, yeah, this is an interesting. So this is not area 2D either, which is something of note. This customer lives on the customer layer. This player lives on the player layer. This area 2D doesn't live on a layer. This wasn't here before. It just looks at the customer layer and it looks at the product layer. And it works for customer. This doesn't look at customers, it just looks at the world. This is looking at customers and it's able to detect customers. So it should be able to detect customers and also products. But then we go back to the product, and the product, it lives in the product world and it should be able to detect the player. But that's working one way, it's not working the other. And I'm also really seeing Godot shrunk again. Let me go ahead and just a little bit regular size, like this. Okay, so let's see. So it's checking the player layer, and I thought maybe if I just put it on the, maybe if I put it on the customer layer, that didn't work. Yeah, maybe if I put it on the customer layer here, the game would be able to detect it. Customer's 3. So, but the item node 2D in what layer lives? It lives in layer 5, which is product. And I'm checking to see if I put it in the customer layer. So if I make it live in customer, does it detect? And I believe the answer is no, it still doesn't detect. So I click play, I go and open this back up. I don't think it's gonna detect still. If I go and hover over here, yeah, it still only detects the player, which is interesting. You can see at the bottom. And will it close again? Let's see. So can you set the layer? Yep, it did close. Can you set the layer of the item on 5 and not the area 2D of the item? Not a Godot expert? We can try. I know area 2D and everything has its own set of things. Maybe that's why it's acting up. The node 2D is different than the collision object. That's what the item has to have, that area being the area of collision. So we can certainly attempt and see if we can get that working. Let's see. So we go back to the item. Yeah, the item doesn't have its layer. You can kind of see it's node 2D, so it doesn't have collision. And hold on, did it die for a second? It did. Oh boy, let me get some coffee. Almost done with the coffee as well. Okay, and I say coffee, yes. Okay. Oh, there we go. It's working again. As tiny as it is. As tiny and small as it is. There we go. Okay. So that said, if I click item, it can't be detected because it's not an area. This also can't be detected because it's also not an area. And how do you add collision? That's the tricky part here. This is the collision. This should be where collision is detected. This here on the side is where collision takes place. So for example, the way I understand it is layer is where it lives, mask is where it looks. And it works for the most part. It lives, and I try to do customer. That's what 3 is. So I tried to do 5, which is where it lives. And then mask is where it's looking. So it's looking to the player. So the player should have where it lives, which is up here. And I even tried making it so it lives here in player. And it's looking for the customer, and it's looking for the product. Yet, it's not looking at the product, but it is looking at the customer. And it was suggested it was because they're both the same type, but it's interesting, isn't it? In this case, I might have to just see if I can Google again, as it's acting a little wonky. As a customer lives in layer 3, and it's looking towards world, and it's looking towards seats. The customer's not even looking for the player. And you can see here as well, it's not looking for the player. It just is, it just exists. So in that case, collision not detecting Godot 4, let's see. So character body not detecting area 2D. That's the main core of the issue. Ah, okay, hold on. We might get some answers. If I go back over here and I go ahead and grab this guy here, close it. and go ahead and do oh, wrong button. We need to do this button. Paste it here. Okay. And then if I go and open up this, we can go into here and I can do one of these good old classic moves. And hopefully, I go ahead and choose the right window if it'll let me. Where are we at? Oh, cancel. Hold on. Card. And then reopen. It'll let me. Bum bum. Okay. Here we go. This is the proper screen. Okay. So here are some answers. So I'm creating a game with projectiles. My projectiles have an area of 2D. For some reason, body entered signals are never emitted when colliding with a static body, but they are emitted when colliding with a character body. Using change type in the editor, you can turn static body into a character body, turn the collisions from a static body into a character body. It's been a month, but have you checked the area monitorable? This seems weirdly required to detect static bodies. We're not detecting static bodies, though. It is a character body and it... Oh, no, it is a static body, isn't it? The area 2D is static. Or it's a collision shape. The area 2D and a collision shape. That's kind of being wonky at the moment. So try enable the visible colliding shapes and confirm that the collision between the area 2D nodes are actually overlapping. Projectiles area, so let's see. When the docs, it appears the reason how you set up nope. For help, not really sure. Let's see, did you change the function, the signals? It's been a month, but have you checked the area monitorable? Let me see, is there a such thing as a monitorable? So there's a monitorable and monitoring. Those are both turned on for the player and the item. Yes, they are turned on. So it's working. Let's see. Experienced a difficult problem, found the solution. Okay. We'll have to do a little bit more searching and see if we can find the answer. The other half of programming. Spending so much time in Google and Reddit and all the other forums. So Godot for area 2D or character body, right? That's what this is. The player character is, well, no, it's an area 2D detecting another area 2D. Godot 4. Godot 4 area 2D not detecting area 2D. And just to triple check as well, I just want to say I'm going to put this area 2D on 8 and 8, and I'm also going to put the item on 8 and 8. So it should 100% be on the same levels. Does that work? Let's see. If that doesn't work, I'm a little at a loss. Let's see. The only player is still detected, despite them both having the same layers. Interesting, interesting. Okay. So if I go back into here, area 2D not detecting area 2D, despite on same layer. Let's see if that works. It sneezed there. Okay. So if your collision layers are set directly and it's still not detecting, okay. Let's pull up some of these issues and form pages and take a good old classy look. While I click this, okay. Let's see. This one says area 2D not detecting. But if all your collision layers and skills and not detecting, it may be an issue with attacking too fast, an area getting overlapped bodies, not detecting the enemy in the current frame. So what are the other objects on the layer? I set all of the layers to the same exact layer. So for example, just to see if that was the issue, if I go back into Godot, I say yes, then decide, you know what, nah, you can't come back into me. So hold on, let me reopen it. But I set them both to B and C layer 8. So everyone's looking at layer 8 at the moment. The items are on 8 and the character is on 8. So they should be able to see each other, yet they can't. It's not like one can see, they can still see, one can see one can't see the other. So I'm wondering, and I'll also go ahead and go back here to see if we can better spot the issue. So this here kind of has 2, 3, 2, 3. I'm gonna go ahead and just hide, and let me make sure this is also hidden as well. So right now this area is on 8 and can only see 8. That is the only thing this area can do. And the item here is on 8 and can only see 8. So they're both 8, 8, which is the same layer and same mask. When I click play, I think right now only the customer, or not the customer, the item can detect the player. So I go over here, it should say character. Interesting, it doesn't anymore. So something is off. So they're both on 8, now nothing's working. So maybe it is the layer type? That's progress. Something different happened. That's what you like to see. You know, that might not be what you want to happen, but better a change to be different than no change at all. Otherwise, that'd be insanity. Doing the same exact thing and getting the same exact response. Great. So now that they're both on 8, they're not able to detect either, which is interesting. Is it because they're seeing? For example, if I have it sit on 8, look at 7 for the item, and then this can sit on 7, look at 8. So now they're reversed. So 8, 7, 7, 8. Go back over, let's see. And just quickly do a quick test. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. So maybe, I'm guessing maybe then it is a problem with it being this here. This sprite here is character body 2D. And then this here is area 2D. But at the same time, it's a question of, if I make this exist in layer 8, like this is existing, oh no, this is existing in layer 7. So if I make it exist in layer 7, does the item then look at it? And if I go back and do that again, so I'm having them look over, yep. So it can detect it when it's in that layer. Okay. So in that case, does this player character need to sit here and detect product, which is on layer 8 at the moment? That guy there is on, yeah, it's on 8. So if I do that, go back in here, does that then detect the item? No, it only detects the player. Okay. A little bit of progress. Slowly, surely. Okay. Oh, hold on. Go froze again. Give it a second. In the meantime, we can go back to looking at here. So let's see. Around the enemies, attack components. Nope, nope. Oh, components was the word I was looking for as well earlier. So, oh, okay, maybe this is it. So if you look here in the private browsing, while I'm waiting for this to close and reopen, I think it's a difference between area and body. I think that's the issue. We need to set it on area entered, on body entered, possibly. That might be the difference here. Body entered, body's different than area. So how do we do, yeah. Maybe that's it. Area versus body. I'll reopen Godot and we can give it a try. Yeah, area 2D, body 2D. How do we change the difference? Yeah, that's what I just said. Exactly, that's what I'm starting to think. Area versus body. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength here. So yeah, I think that's it. As I'm slowly reading through everything. So this is area 2D. And this area 2D is detecting when a body is entered. This player is detecting this area 2D when the body... Yep. So this is detecting node 2D. This is detecting area 2D. Okay. So how do we make a node 2D? A sprite? That's the next question. I think we solved it. Hold on. Okay. So how to give sprite body 2D Godot. Slowly, surely. So let's see. Static body can't be moved, but can be moved manually. Okay. We're slowly. So if we go back into item, I think we have to make this static body here, like this. And then once that's done, the player should now hopefully be able to detect it. I don't know what changes I made beforehand when I was messing with this. I should have done some changes and checks. But this part of the player should be able to sit in player, and it shouldn't be able to look into world. And this area 2D should be able to sit and look at customers. So it sits here and well, it doesn't have a layer it sits in, but it's looking at customers, which is 3, and it's also looking at product. But I think the change from area and body is what needs to be changed. As this area here, you can see body versus area. I think maybe that's it. We can go ahead and give it a go. Now it's static body instead. No, it's still not detecting. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. This is itself area 2D, and it's detecting when body is entered. So on area 2D, body entered. And this is detecting, let's see, on area, it's not detecting anything at the moment. So I'm thinking there's no body here. It's just a collision object. So I'm sure it is. It comes down to just not understanding how it's working. Collision shape works off of you. Okay. So character can't detect object. That's what's missing right now. So character can't detect object. Godot 4. What does that give us? Check the notes. The character can't detect an object in Godot. It's the AI replying, so objects fail to detect collision. Let me pull up some of these and see if we can get them working. Okay. Let's go back over to private browser. Okay, so first thing to do is switch the player's root node. Character to type character areas will only report collisions, but won't stop movement. Second thing to do is stop updating positions directly. Instead, use either the move and slide. Okay. Finally, if that's not working, make sure to collection. So, for example, here's a player set up to let collisions on layer 2. So yeah, they live in layer 1, they detect on layer 2. And here's the physics set up for tile resources set up to report itself. Yeah, so it's detecting layer 2, and layer 2 lives here. Makes sense. And then here, objects fail to detect the collision. What am I doing wrong? Did you connect the signal to the function? I think I did that. Hold on. That's sometimes the oldest thing in the book you have to do, isn't it? All right. The player does have a signal. The signal is connected. On body entered. That is what is happening. That's what's happening here. On body entered. And then it matches the body. Even if this doesn't work, it should just at least print the body, which is a node 2D. The item has the area 2D that didn't seem to work. In that case, that's why I'm thinking static body's a little bit better. As this is the item. Yeah, okay. Let's set it back to static body. That should work. It should be able to detect the area itself. I'll try changing the type and change it back to area 2D. I always like that one a little bit better. Detects other collision objects 2D entering and exiting. Okay. So on body entered. And that's the thing, node 2D. So node 2D versus area 2D. I guess that's the next question to ask. I always thought node 2D was. Node 2D is area. Well, area can be node 2D, but node 2D can't be area. Like a squares and rectangle sort of thing, where a square can be a rectangle, but a rectangle can't be a square. Might be reversed. one of the two. Where a square, yeah, square is a rectangle isn't a square. That thing. So I'll go ahead and see area 2D versus node 2D. Because I always thought area was derived from node. Let's see. Node 2D, area 2D. Let's go back over here to private browser so we can do a little bit of research. Let's see. Yeah. Node 2D versus area 2D. I find it best within parent container. Advantages that animate coin, area 2D, parent node, main game scene. Okay. So clear personally the dot dimension because it seems to make cleaner and organized. Let's see. Difference between area for 2D characters. Area 2D, kinetic, rigid body. Take a look at that one. The area 2D is not a body. The area 2D node should be attached to every body as a child in order to detect collision. You're also going to need a shape for that hitbox. The other two is pretty much correct. Use static body for walls and floors and static stuff. Bullets are kinematic. Do we need a kinematic? Let's see. All right, here's my best attempt at explaining them. So area 2D, used to check something if something is in an area. Okay. Used for when you need to manage collision with the physics. We don't need physics. Used for objects with physics. Drop this few of these to work like balls. No. What are we trying to figure out? Hi, Escobar. Collision. Collision is the issue at the moment, and I can show you. You might have a lot more knowledge. You might just pop in here and then bam, figure it out. Okay. So the issue is we have this cake. We want the player to be able to detect. Right now, the player walks over the cake, and the cake can't. The player can't detect the cake. The cake, or right now at least, area 2D works here. Mask 3 or layer 3 is the customer, and I'm realizing the size is also a little wonky again. Let me do this instead. Maybe if I change the screen this way, can maybe work a little bit better. Like this, so I can show a little bit more of what's going on, like that. So my understanding is the layer is where they live, the mask is where they see. This area 2D is the interact layer. It checks to see if something is in the range of interacting with. And it is checking for both the customer and also the product. That's what 3 and 5 is. And the customer has this as well, where they are checking, or they live on 3. And that works. They're living on 3 and they're being checked. Then in our item, we have the area 2D. And we have the collision here. And ignore this. This was testing. It should be that they live on layer 5, because that's the product. And they should be able to see 2, which is the player. Right? And then I click on play, and so it should pop up in CAD to be the case that it is the correct thing. I'll go ahead and pull this up here. If I go down here, it should say the item, but it's gonna say the player, isn't it? Because I switched it back. Nope, it doesn't say anything anymore. So I'm walking over it, and it's not printing anything. It's not being detected. That is the current issue at hand. As we know you have other issues as well, but this is the main issue currently. So let me go ahead and reopen Godot and see if we can get that functioning. Boom. So where's your detect code? Sure. It is a signal, and I can show you in one moment. We go back up in here, reload it. So in the player, we have here, and oh, hold on. Give it a second to load, so I'll get some coffee. The very last of it. All done. Never mind, not all done. Let's see. Nope. Still, okay. That's okay. We'll just close it and reopen it again. If I go ahead, I mean, you can kind of see it down there where it says print. It's a signal on area 2D body entered. It prints the body, and it's not printing the body. It's a signal. So it works on the customer, but it doesn't work on the item. But then I was reading, and it seems to be a difference between area 2D and static body, but it doesn't sound like it matters too much. So I think instead it needs to be on, no, it says on area 2D. Oh, it's working again. Wonderful. So for example, this is an area 2D. So the area 2D should detect area 2D, but is it saying it needs to be on area entered area 2D? Because an area 2D is a node 2D, right? Area 2D is a node 2D, but a node 2D isn't an area 2D. However, if I go ahead and just do this to just check and see if that is the problem, I'll just do this to see and check, because maybe that is the case. Maybe that is the crux of everything. So if I make this on area 2D, area entered instead, does that work? Is that the issue here? Let's see. So I go back over here to the cake. Yeah, okay. Now it's doing the area 2D. Wait, if you want the item collider to be the important range, should the item collider initiate the pickup? The player has to know that it can pick it up. And then from there, the item does its thing and the player does its thing. But yeah, that's the issue. The area, the player needed to be detected, and the body. Interesting. And I also want to check here as well while we're here. If I go ahead and do this, it should say also area, but it says character body. Interesting. And it's saying 0. Okay. So does that have to be different? Different? It's working. Kinda. It seems to be the case that this is for customer, the body entered, and this is for item. I was hoping that it could be its own thing. But yes, the item should be yeah. For areas, you need to check for area, not body, because the difference calculations. Areas do not have physics, stuff like collisions with them. Bodies do. I want it to be that you can't just walk over the food. I want you to be able to bump into the food. And I had it as static body for a second, but it didn't seem to work. I'll try static body again. As that is, yeah, it can't be moved by external forces. That is fine. But I set it to static body. And now it's a static body. And I'll just call this item body. And it still has the physics material over. This is still the collision shape of the static body, right? As I don't want the player to be able to walk over the food. I want them to be able to walk next to it, but not step on it. I want it to be an object in there. Well, no. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, maybe it should be an area 2D. As maybe you're trying to cut a corner, but the food won't let you cut a corner because it has collision. So maybe, yeah. Okay, hold on. In that case, maybe static body is not the way to go. Maybe it is better to be seen as area 2D. Okay. I see. I'm understanding. And I highly appreciate it. Yeah, this is a... It's a journey, isn't it? So I'll go ahead and do this. And then if we need stuff later, for now, we have match area instead. And for right now, that is customer. I'll go ahead and do that in customer. We also need, where are we at? Customer, player character, that's this guy here. We also need to add on body entered, or area exited. Connect. Connect. Okay. And back up here. Roll up here. Oh, where are we at? So for now, they'll be separate. Maybe later we can work on appending that or amending that. That's the word, right? Amending. Fixing it, tweaking it, modifying it so it's actually working better. And I'm realizing I can just do this. It's a little bit better. And then just say erase. There we go. And then we can go ahead and do this. And we can go do that. And we can also do this. So there is other stuff we need to add. Like that's already there. And then, yeah. So on area 2D entered, on area it keeps track of. And we can go ahead and do keeps track of interactables. Right now, that is a list of customers we can interact with. Progress. Well, we gotta test it first. Fingers crossed it's progress. Hopefully, let's see. Okay. Now it's detecting. If we go here, the food should follow us if I click E. Not following us. Okay. However, it is progress in its own way. And we'll see. Let's see. There's still some time. Hopefully maybe we can just get the food working. There's a little bit left to do, and eventually, right? And to those, well, yeah, at the end, so in about an hour, we'll spend some time for the rest of the, not even after, consider it after hours. We'll see if we can get Godot to stop freezing. Since I do have a little bit of extra time on my hands, we can spend surely like an hour or two, or even half an hour, depending on it, seeing if we can get it working. So it could just be a pre-chatting session, but we'll spend this time, the 4 hours, let me fix this, the initial 4 hours getting everything with the actual game, and then we'll see if we can fix these technical issues. Since I've tried to figure them out offline, I'm gonna try to spend some time figuring them out online. Alright, so on area body entered, I'm wondering, oops, where did that S come from? So this is area, or array item. Oh, is it because it's not its parent? Try that. Body.get parent. There. Not for you, for the area. Try that. As that area is going to be... Well, it wouldn't be get parent, would it either? It would have to be like... It checks to see if it's an item. And it's saying it's an item. So if I do entered, print item in range. That should print when I walk over it, right? Okay. If I go ahead and item in range. Item in range. Okay, so that's working. I did get parent. But maybe it's not get parent. So if I do this then, as it is entering. So now we need to see, as I'm making this match, is now the issue. We have to move the testing down. I think one of my favorite parts is just always testing the testing in print. That's my favorite way to debug. Go back to here, go back to here. There we go. Okay. If I go ahead and go down, it does not print. Okay. I see. All right. So next we need to do is, and we don't even need to do this match anymore since the match isn't working. We need to check the parent. Print debugging. Exactly. Print debugging is always the best. So if area.get parent is item. Let's try this. See if it works. Run it again. And what do we get? Item in range. Good. Print debugging supremacy. Exactly. So we're getting the print message. You can't see it. Hold on. There we go. Like, it's down there. Now it's item in range. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Slowly but surely. Okay. So if we go back here, customer, where are we at? Customer, you here. Great. We go back up here. Oh, hold on. Where we go? We don't need customer, we need player. So you, player, you. I also think, yeah, maybe the player needs to have a current item in their inventory. Or, yeah, current item that we can point to check instead of having the item point to, like, that can kind of point towards each other. Let's first do here. So if area is item, we can go ahead and just do this. So the item is detecting. Oops. Item's detecting, so we can go ahead and get rid of that. We can go ahead and do this. They're both working now in getting the parent. So that is the issue. We need the item parent. So then we go down here, and so for item in items in range, items.collect self. And what was the error? Order matches. Oh, okay. That wasn't the error. There's something else I closed. So if I go back up here, go down here, where are we going? Leading me in loops, right? The item has a function .collect. Oh, underscore collect. I think that's what I did. I think it's gonna close in a moment, so I'll give it a second. Well, I always have my water in hand. Bit of a water break while it decides to think about what it's done. Okay, so let's go ahead and where are we at? Yep, okay. So I reclose and reopen it. So the classic 1, 2, 3, 4 method. Close it, reopen. I can go ahead and close the sprite as well. I don't need this anymore. Nope. Reopen Godot. Okay. Okay. Wonderful. And I'll go ahead and do all of that. So I think we're good to go in that aspect. Okay. And then in that case, where are we at? So item.collect, I think it needs to be underscore collect. Or no, it would be .collect as it is calling it from outside. And then if we go into item here, we have underscore collect, yep. So we need it to be collect, and you can't see that. Let me go back to the other screen. Here we go. So it says collect. It was underscore. I think that's why the issue was. That's what the issue was. So we can go ahead and click play here. Open it here. And what do we get? Oh, look at it. It's working. That's the important part is that it's collected. That's the important part here. Looks a little silly. So let's change the make it a little bit sillier, shall we? Just a quick fix and something that shouldn't take too long of a thing to do. So I'll go ahead and go back up here. Let's just change the position to be the Y. It should be like Y plus 24 or something. So if I go here in our item and in our collect, position, at least you don't need to be reminded to stay hydrated. Exactly. I decided to take the opportunity to keep some semblance of, you know what, let's turn this into a good thing. So position dot y plus equal 20. I just want to see if this changes the collection position. So now, if we pick up the cake... Ah, okay. So it's not plus, it's subtract. Let's go ahead and hide that. Not plus, it's subtract, and about 15 instead of 20. Save, open. Let's see. You're gonna go with the Y, just add a node 2 as a child, and put the node. Oh, true. I wasn't sure if it had to be a sprite, but that is a smart idea. Yeah. Far smarter than just doing a Y. I was doing a Y for duct tape reasons, but your reason makes so much more sense. Let's see. This is food position. Like that, right? And then we'll just take this guy here. We'll go ahead and grab the position here and we'll place it right there. And then we'll go ahead and say food position. Oh, we need to drag and drop. Like grab food position here. And we can go ahead and have food position. Well, self. If we wanted to point towards the player, but it should be fine for now. It just needs to have a position to point to. So this should be fine, as it is still a node 2D. I say is let me double check. This should only just need a node 2D. Yeah. Ah, okay. So target is just new target. And then we'll just make this node 2D. Glad I checked. Node 2D. The target's new target. There we go. And this is also not a thing anymore. Let's go ahead and save that. Now it should work. If we go ahead and open it. It should now remain on top of the head. Oh, where'd it go? It's just gone. It disappeared into the etherness. Interesting. Huh. Disappeared altogether, which is odd. As did Godot. It got the hint. Wonder why it disappeared though. Put the node 2D on top of the player in their position. Maybe. Oh, I did do math, didn't I? Is that why it's a little angry? Because I changed it right up to do the math. Let me. Yeah, like a carry point. Yeah. As I once I get the sprites working, I want it there to be a plate, or not a plate, a dish she holds to hold the food and bring it to them. Yeah, carry position, not the player position. I just want a temporary position so we can see it. But I think I did, yeah, this is why. Here, there we go, okay. All right, now are you working? The best thing about the specific node thing is then you can manipulate the carry position with, ooh, I did not know you could manipulate it at runtime. That's cool. I'm learning new things. And I don't see it as well. Let's see, let me see if I can, well, I know I can. Now that I know, but let's see. Food position is... okay. Let's reset the position. I don't see the cake anywhere. I'm moving the node around, but I'm not seeing the cake, which is very odd. Oh, I have to save, don't I? But I don't see the cake. Maybe if I move around? The cake just disappeared altogether. Huh. Interesting. Go ahead and hide that. Okay. The food position has a location that makes sense. So target equals new target. That should work. Everything should work still. And then if follow target position equals target dot position, the target is the node null. Now why isn't this working? Food position has an area and a point. So this should just stay on the spot of wherever this position is. It because it's on the player? Or how does that work? Okay. Item. We'll also have you print your position. Is it about global versus relative position? I'm not sure. It was working when we had it follow the player. Why isn't, for example, look, I can show you as well so you can kind of see. Is it because it's node 2D now? Because if I do this and then I make it self, it then followed the player correctly. It just didn't want to follow the node It seems like. You know why? Oh! Well, do tell, do tell. Yeah, see, it follows the player's feet all well and nice, but then I put it on the node. It says, nah, I don't want to follow anymore. Player position is always global because the position is relative to the root of the scene. Ah, so use global position. Okay. In that case, let's see. Let me go back into console. Godot decides to do its thing. Okay, so in that case, we'll need a global position for the tray. Is that what you mean? Or it just needs to be, oh, actually, we'll just make it a singleton or utility, right? Do that instead. Make the global position assign it the position. That's all we have to do. I.e., back on here with our food position, we set the ready, let's see. So ready, and then back at utility. Where's utility at? We can close all the state stuff and managers. Back in our common and our utility, to you guy right there, utility, we can go ahead and set a var for cafe variables. Var tray position, which is a node 2D. 2D equal to, no. You can either do global position instead of position. Oh, I see. Never mind then. I've never heard of global position before. Okay. So for example, then what I do, if we go back into player, not player, go back into item, that means I would do target dot global position, like that instead. And then make sure it's the right one on the player. Is that how it works? Here I was about to do a whole thing of, well, you saw. But does this work instead? Let's see. Okay, and then I click E. Okay, so it works. Not really. Oh, I don't think I set it to the right thing. Hold on. If I hide that for a second, I never reset it to be the global position once it set itself. So back down here, instead of self, set it to target, or not target, tray. Or really, it should be tray position instead. Tray underscore position. Here we go. And then we can go back up here. Tray position. And go ahead and also change that also, unless, you know, feels like, nah, I don't want to change it. I want food. Only food. Give me food. Let me get some water. Okay. Oh, a little wonky still. It's okay. I'll go back over to concepts then. Like so. And then we'll, oh, never mind. It fixed itself right up. How nice. So tray position, and then we'll go ahead and do this. Drag over tray position to here. Okay. And then we can go ahead, and now it should work. Since tray position's up here, tray position is getting put into here, and then it's dot global position, if I'm understanding it correctly, right? And then here. And then we can go ahead and go into here. Then, it's working now, look at it. Look at it go, look at it. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's wonderful. Now they're carrying the cake. How great is that? It looks so silly. But it's working, that's the good news. Alright. Great. Alright. Oh, I say it's Godot's like, yeah. So let's see. But to quickly explain, exposition always gives, I'm gonna go ahead and click and edit. Exposition always gives the position of the node relative to the parent. So for all nodes that are directly below the scene, will be global by the hierarchy, but every child further down will show their position relative to the parent. I see. So for example, this position will always be this number here, since it's relative to the parent. But if I do global position, then it will take into consideration where it actually is in the scene itself compared to where it is in relation to the parent. Is that why it didn't show on screen? Because it figured this is the actual X and Y of the node compared to the actual in-scene X and Y? Is that the explanation? Ah, good. So yeah, I slowly but surely. I just gotta suck in the knowledge. Okay, That's good. That's good to know. Thank you. And thank you for taking the time to explain as well. Yeah, it's super handy. Global position. I'm gonna use that a lot. So yeah, it put the cake to 0, -46 globally, even though it was relative. Yeah. I see. The relativity. That's a science thing, isn't it? I wasn't expecting to get into science and physics, and you never expect it, do you? When you're just like, oh yeah, I want to become a game dev. I didn't know I had to study up on physics. Oh man, and kinetics and energy. Oh boy. Okay, that's wonderful though. Okay. But with that said, okay. So next up, the player needs to point to an object. So for right now, for now, let's not have them able to do multiple. I think that would be good. So let's see. We just have a var called current item. And it is an item. For now, it is null. And then what we can say is, oops, this needs to be equal. And okay, just making sure it's not wrapped on top. Okay, good. The current item is null. So then we can go down here, and then if area get and is item and current item equal null. Let's see. And you're not sure which way is cleaner, like to always update the global position, or to just say you make the tray a child element of the tray position and then have a relative position of 0, 0 and unchilded as soon as you drop it. Just have to mention it. Yeah, I can understand. I always like to talk about just overall structure of code and seeing, all right, what's cleaner, what's nicer? But at the same time, it's like, would you rather spend a few hours figuring out what's cleaner? And performance-wise, is it going to make a difference? Like a 1% to 2% difference isn't much of spending hours of working on compared to if it would actually improve the game better if it was cleaner. And something I always get caught up on is, I need to make sure I'm doing it fast and dirty since this is still the prototype. A lot of things are gonna change. But once I start doing things nicer and polishing, then we can do some cleanliness. So with all that said, we can go ahead and set current item equal to here, like this. And then we can go ahead and do the same here. So now it's looking to one item. We won't have a tray or multiple items yet. Right now, the character can only have one item they're holding. And I think that's a little bit better, so we don't have to go through a loop. For now, at least. If it comes to the time where we need to current item equals null. If area, so on, oh, okay, actually, never mind, hold on. On area 2D to enter. Oh, no, hold on. Okay. Hold on, There is something we have to do, actually. little change here. Undo. Is undo. So let me undo. So actually, this here, we have items in range. We need to select the first item for the item to be in range. I don't think there would ever be a chance where it wouldn't be, but when we're checking the list, let's see. Okay, so you think it just depends on what you're doing. As long as performance doesn't suffer, there's no reason to change a working concept. Yep. But in a sense of, let's say, future planning, it makes sense to consider, yeah. Like, at least consider the option that you could make a tray of elements, always a child of a tray position. Yeah. And then you could always have the possibility of the player to axe the tray position, all its children's, and you can easily get access to all the currently carried items. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that tray position might hold the tray, as the player is going to point to an item. Right now, the player has a knowledge of item, but the player doesn't own the item. So for example, in the cafe is going to hold all of the items. But in the case that the player would need to own the item, so for the item to be under the player, that would be something to consider. But for right now, the cafe is the thing that's summoning and despawning. And you like the way you think? Thank you! I always try to figure out, like, structure. Talking about structure and the functions of games is always my favorite part to consider. So with all of that said, this is just keeping a track of what items, and hopefully it's the case that there's only ever one item. But what we need to do, I think, is always look at the last item. So here I'll go var current item, and then we'll go ahead and say item equals null. Now we have a current item. And then down here, after we have added and destroyed, so for items in item range, like this. So not for items in item range. We need to go ahead and say if items in range, it's not empty. And yes, does make a lot of sense. Was mostly to explain, yep, the idea of child thing does not make, but does by no means mean that it is the correct thing. Yeah, it's a thing of trial and error. And whatever doesn't work now, we can just always update. And that's what I like about programming, is usually you can look at your code 5 years back and realize, oh, that does not look good. But the fact that you're able to now see that it doesn't look good is not only proof that you're getting better, but it's also nice that seeing your progress. It's always fun. So is item in range? Since does not need to be is, it needs to be if item in range dot empty. Is that how it is? Empty like that. If not empty. So if there is something in the item in range, and I just want to make sure that is what it needs to be. Let's see. Items, is that what you want? Okay, so what does it need to be? If not, pen, search, cloud, fill, erase, front. If, oh, here we go. So if not empty, then we can go ahead and take items in range dot back equal to the current item. As this is a thing of, if you want whatever last entered your vicinity is what will be the item that is your current item, is how we can call it. So now the character can have a current item, which is good. And so now with our current item, we have to match that up to a recipe. And then from there, we should be good to go. For example, the item here is just what is it? The item currently is just this. It's just a area and a sprite. What we need is and if I go into cookbook here, you can kind of see. The cookbook here needs to have a recipe and everything. And I'm thinking this is where the item comes into play at, and we can add the item itself. So for example, the combinations. Now I'm not sure how we could structure it. As for example, this keeps track of flavors, this keeps track of products, and then we have to combine them. So I have this current unlocked here for when we do levels. So each level might have different things to unlock, so we can pass those here. I'm just trying to think. It's a matter of figuring out, okay, so how do we connect item and flavor, product, combo? If we go here to order, that's what I'm thinking. Item can have an order attached to it, and then you can check the item order and the order itself. But I'm wondering, is the order connected to customer? If so, then the order will have to be different. And then we can kind of see, right, is the order you made the order that matches the customer's order? If it does match, then we can go ahead and pair the two together. So we can now go into customer, as we weren't looking at customer before, but we can now go into customer, CSTOMER, and if we go into customer scene, we have down here order. And then you can see here, order has a class name of order, and then it has a type, it has a flavor combo, and it has a product. And this is what I'm thinking here. Maybe it can be, what is the item? So maybe the item has an order. And in that sense, is it a resource or does it just stay in code? And I think for right now, at the very least, we can just make it be its own thing. So for example, the item itself can have an order. So we can call it var order. Order is an order. And the order equals null. And then when it's ready, we will have it create the order. So we can go ahead and do func create. Or this won't need to be undercase, it will need to be create. And then once we do that, if we go back into our customer here, you can see in our order, we need it to be type. And we don't need type, truthfully. Type doesn't matter. What we need to check is the combo and the product. And that is what we really need to set. And that's why I'm wondering, does it need to be order? Not necessarily. And that's why I'm, okay, let's not make it an order. It just needs to be a flavor combo and a product. That's really all it needs to be. And that can be found in cookbook. So if we go back to customer item, and instead of order, we make it product. And this is cookbook.product. And then, and it can be export var as well, at export var. And then we also have flavor combo. Flavor combo. And this is flavor combo. Like that. And let's also have a grade as well. And that's gotten from here in the mini game. Where we have down here, where we at? In our score tracker. If we can find that. In our scorekeeper. And that is here. In our scorekeeper. We go back up here. Here we have grade to string. And that's why I'm thinking, okay, let's export this as well. Okay, this makes more sense. You were a bit worried you cannot give items to another customer with the same type of order. Otherwise, yeah, slowly kind of connecting it. It really only needs to have two things. It needs to have the type, the order, and the grade. So that the customer can kind of say, all right, this is really bad, this is okay, this is nice, or this is a perfect order. So we need the grade. And that's about it. So I'm thinking this is the class name, class underscore name, and then this is scorekeeper. Scorekeeper. Oh, was it underscore? No, it's like this. Scorekeeper, like that. And it should save. Well, it's not turning green. I'm not too sure. As this is progress bar, scorekeeper. This should stay the same. I'm not sure why it's not green. Let's see. Where are we at? Who's angry? Who's not happy with something? Something's not loading. I'm gonna go ahead and close all of you. Close all. Oh, there we go. I can figure it out a little bit easier as it's a little hectic in here. So in our spell screen, great. We don't need you. I can go ahead and close you as well. We need our, okay, yeah. Something was preventing it from closing. Now that we have our scorekeeper, if we go back into item, hopefully, and I think if I did this correctly, not only do we have that, we have at export var score, or it would be grade, and this is then scorekeeper dot grade, but it's not. Okay, so small switch up here. The cookbook now has the grade instead of the score. The score. So we need to go into cookbook. And I think that's a good idea. The cookbook can also keep track of scores. I don't like it too much, but I think it's the best for now so that it's global. And it can also test so you can check grades between each thing. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of you. And then I'm gonna go back to our cookbook. It's gonna be a little angry at me for a second. We'll just grab all of these grades, and then we'll go back to the scorekeeper. So now we can go ahead and do cookbook dot grade, and that should fix it. And then cookbook dot grade. You happy now? All right. So then we just have to go in here and do all of this. Now, if we want to change the grade, it'll have to be done in cookbook. Not too happy about it, but I think it'll work out. So then this will be cookbook.grade to string, current grade, and then all of these grades will just be cookbook. Like that. So just everything gets moved to cookbook since cookbook is global. And that also means, I think, as well, that we can change the way the scoreboard works. So then cookbook.grade, grade, and then down here, grade. So what are you angry about? Oh, goes there, right? Yeah. And then these guys as well need to be grade. Cookbook. Yep, okay. Seems happy. That's good. And I'm thinking, because this minigame over, what it's currently taking in is a string. So I think now we can take in not a string. For example, here in activate, it takes in utility.grade. Ooh, the current grade. I see. Okay. That should be fine then. Need be, we can refactor. That's the word, right? Redoing it again. So we're gonna refactor this if need be. For now, we can keep it like this. I want to make sure this is working. Let's just do a quick test. No, it's not working. Good thing I checked. All right, so what are you angry about? Item, could not parse global class item. So something's wrong with item. What are you doing, item? Why aren't you? Oh, I see. Create. And I'm sure there's a way to do it to be constructor. For now, we'll just pass this in as it's creating. And now this is not score keeper, and it's now cookbook. Which is nice, it kind of takes everything from cookbook. It's all one place, one-stop shop. And then we can go ahead and just say, well, we can take, yeah, this would be great. So we can go ahead and say, we take a cookbook product, dot product. We'll just do here. And this can also let us change things on the fly as well. So new product, oops, hold on, like this. New product, cookbook.product. Then we can go ahead and do new flavor combo. And then it can be cookbook.flavor combo. Okay, thought I missed something. Flavor combo. And then it can be new grade. And then we'll have cookbook.grade. Like that. And then we can go ahead and just say product equals new product. Flavor equals flavor. Flavor combo equals, let's see. The constructor. I see, you can override it if you want to call the base one. You can call super in the function you were overriding. Ah, I see. I know C++ constructors and everything, not too much about Godot. So it's nice to know, and I do appreciate that. Let's see if we can get it working, because that would be nice. So then it would be func. I might have to look it up in it, like that. Yeah, let me pull it up. That'd be a little bit easier. Godot constructor init. How does that work? Instantiating a scene with constructor parameters. Okay. Oh, thank you as well. Yeah, that's oh handy. Wonderful. Okay, let's take a look at it then. Go ahead and subtract this, move this, paste that, and move you all over to look at it. I do like me a good constructor. All right, let me zoom in a little bit. So class constructor, the class constructor is the init. I'm going to call the base class, okay, init, and then arguments. Okay, this is better through examples. So entity init equals null. Gotcha. Okay. Gaia. Okay, I think I get what you have to do. Okay. So for example, it seems like what I remember a constructor being. Oh, am I dying? I did for a second. Okay. I say I died for a second. Godot's now dying for a year. I'll go ahead and get some water. Bum, bum. Okay. While that is... Oh, never mind. It's working now. Okay. So it seems to be the case, what we need to do, and I'll kind of pull it up again so I can check. So instead of... I need to undo all of this. And this is just init. Like this. Like that. Right? Happy help? Thank you. I do appreciate it. The help is always so lovely, as I have only half a clue what I'm doing. Barely any sometimes. Let's see, you have so many small Godot projects where you just try and figure stuff out. That's the fun part. It's always very nice and looks good. Thank you. Okay, so that should be in it, not create. Interesting. So product, new product, flavor combo equals new flavor combo, and then new grade. Oh, not new grade. Grade equals new grade. Like that. That is our init. Good. And I'm wondering, I forget. I forget wholeheartedly. If I go back to my cookbook. Okay, grade to string, grade. Good. Okay, I do have none. Wonderful. In that case, I'll go ahead and set it to none. I can go back to my item. Back here. So I called it an item, but at this point, this would be a product. The actual physical product. So I can go ahead and set this to cookbook product dot none. And these are all none until it gets changed. When it initializes, at least. Truthfully though, can't I just do equal and then cookbook product dot none? Like that? Maybe? Magnitory parameters? Not have them. Oh, okay. Oh, no. I know what I need to do. I just have to set this to equal for everything. So equals cookbook.flavorcombo.none. So this is the basic, if it's not set, equals, oh, already did that, dot none. And then this one also needs to be all the way over here. Needs to be cookbook.grade equals dot none. And that should work. Yeah. Slowly and surely. Okay. Now in our init, it should work. And since that is seeming to be the case, what we can now do is go back into our spell minigame screen. And then back here in our cafe. Now when the game's over, we should spawn the item, is the hope. And the item will then have the product, flavor combo, and grade that we used here. But we will need to add a product button. That is next up on the list. So, okay. And I'm surprised I don't even have a product button on here for my testing. Let's focus first on the flavor combo and grade, and then we can do product. But firsthand, let me go ahead and save, as it's kind of... I haven't saved in a second. Or, I saved, but I haven't made a backup. So let me take a second to make a backup. Since things do like to break around here. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. We can go ahead and commit our changes. All of the changes that I've made. And say merging spell, screen, and cafe. Ooh, cafe. There we go. Okay. Merging spell, screen, and cafe. And sync. And where are we at? Where are we at? Okay, it's committed. We are all good to go. Okay. Oh boy. With all of that said, now we need to spawn it. It is wild how rebellious my Godot is. It cannot be tamed. Soon it will be. Hello, sorry for off topic. You heard that GDScript is a language which makes programming feel much easier and entertained than any other programming language, and that it's like Copilot. True. Well, hi, no, is it no Vermilion? Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. As for the question, truthfully, I'm not. It needs to be bonked exactly. a little bit of blunt force. As for your question, though, no. I'm not too sure. I can't say too much on the matter since I haven't tried other engines. Godot's just what I'm used to. I started off learning in Visual Studio, and then that was with C++. So I'm coming from a place of only Visual Studios and only C++. But for me, it's been a smooth transition. They say GDScript is based off of, well, it's similar to Python, and I haven't used Python before. So as far as I've been able to tell, it seems to be a nice transition, and it seems fun. It's its own language, so it has its own way of doing things. And I haven't tried Copilot before either. But overall, I hope that does answer your question. Okay. Spawning. If we go back to our minigame over, and back here, once it's activated, we need to have, so let's say utility.mute rhythm manager. This is a hard-coded at the moment. We can change this now, which is good. So if utility.grade, and oh, you know what I just realized as well? If we go into utility, I think this is where I hard-coded it. Grade, where are we at? Utility.grade? Yeah, see, it's a string because I didn't have differences. So let's see, GDScript is nice insofar that it's close to Python, yeah. So it reads and writes a lot like you read broken English. So is it easier to pick up for most because it's more natural? I mean, I feel like all code is similar to language, or I mean, not language, similar to broken English. Thank you, yes, it's spelled Noel. I say Noel, that's one of my favorite names, Noel. Yeah, I'd say yeah. If your code if your code reads like broken English, that's good. You want your functions to read like broken English. You want your variables to read like broken English. You want it to make sense in that aspect. If you can read it and understand it from just a glance, that shows your code is up to par, at least a little bit. You can kind of see here, target is occupied target, see occupier. Okay. You grade, current grade. That is in my to-dos, and I will save that to-do for later, as that requires updating a lot of different aspects of the code. So for now, we'll go ahead and just go down here. This is where we will summon completed product. and then we'll have a reference to where we need to have it at. So, you know, a bunch of people who struggled with stuff like Java, C#, and such, because the syntax is a bit technical / weird. Don't even get you started. Really? I've only ever learned C++. That's where I came from, and I found Godot, GDScript to be really easy to change into. And Gene.js is weird. I've never heard of that one. I've heard of Lua. I've heard of a few things. Alright, so spellcasting panel. Okay. Our product manager needs to spawn stuff. Once it is told, it needs to send it over to product manager. Okay. Let's see. So product manager can also have a position, which is nice as well. So we're gonna go ahead and keep this position, and we need to make sure it's also a global position, I remember. We can go ahead and just delete that, as that will be the position the food spawns. We can put it there. If I go into, where is it at? Our customer manager, we can take that code and do with it with spawning and everything. Let's see. Yeah, Gene.js is weird, I see. Gene.js, yeah, never heard of it. It's interesting. That is an interesting one. Okay, the preload. That is what that is. And then we can go back into our product manager. And oh boy, okay. This is okay. All right, so back in our cafe, we can go ahead and close the spellcasting panel. Never mind, we must reopen the spellcasting panel. We need to get to scorekeeper, as this is what happens when the game ends. So where are we at? On game end, that's what happens here. Where are we at? Set grade. So we need the, where'd it go? Game over? Is that it? No, it's not game over. Right? It's not game over. Yeah, it's not game over. This is a menu. We can go ahead and delete that as well. Let's see. Transitioning is really nice in general. If you master one language, then swapping is fairly easy. Yeah, that's what I like about programming as well. Once you know one language, you kind of understand a little bit. It's just a little bit of the syntax that's a little bit differently. Mostly getting used to the quirks of other languages, but as a first start, any language is hard. And the less technical looking seem to be intimidating to less people. Yeah, an iPad auto-corrected for you. Instead you tried to say yeah instead of JS. I see. Don't we love a good autocorrect? They're lovely. Okay, so let's see. Save cafe. I lost, where is, oh, minigame over. Here we go. This screen is the screen that we need. And this is the code. Here, this var custom scene preload. So we need to go up here. And this is the customer scene. This is the item scene. Item scene. Itemer. Itemer scene. Oh, unless it freezes. Give it a second. Oh, I'm freezing too. Oh no. JavaScript, not that much. Java's actually pretty nice and user-friendly. At some point in time, I'd love to make a Minecraft mod. So I do want to get into Java, just for that. But I've been told Java's not the nicest language to program in because of performance. But then again, it might just be because Minecraft performance is very poor. And it froze. Let me bring you back into context. Never mind. Hold on. It heard me talking about it. It wasn't about to let me slander it seems. Alright, so item scene. And then we can go ahead and load the item. This will have to be changed later, but for now, here, and that item. And then in our item scene, now we have to summon the object. So if we go back into our customer, or where is it at? Customer manager. Java feels super similar to C#. I see. So if we know C#, you can basically write basic Java and vice versa. Interesting. I could never find the difference between C# and C++. And you can only run compatible mode in Godot on your PC. Is it enough to make a decent game, or you need... Nope. It is 100% enough. I have run compatible in the past. I think it's just maybe something to do with optimization. But I've seen, because I was looking at that before and wondering if because I'm on Forward Plus, if that's why my Godot was acting funny, but no, it's something else. Forwarding compatible is more than okay. I 100% think though, especially compared to other engines. Godot is the lightweight one that a lot of computers should be able to run properly. Okay, so back here, where are we at? We need to instantiate and then add it as a child. Well, let me grab you as well. Let's see. For 2D games, Java is actually pretty solid. For 3D games, it's not that bad. But you need to be really careful not to make it too heavy. Yep. Hence Minecraft. If I go back into our product manager, we don't need product manager. We can close this now. We're looking at minigame over. And we'll just grab this stuff. So var new item, and then we can go ahead and say item scene, instantiate, like that. And then and then we'll add it to product manager. Let's see. C# requires less library knowledge. Oh, I don't like libraries. I do remember libraries. Those were the worst. Those are the worst at all. Looking online for different libraries and figuring it out in that sense. Not at all. I didn't like it one bit. Let me actually... Oh, well, this is fine. Product manager, which is no 2D. And then we can go ahead and do product manager, add child, new item. So how do we... This is instantiate, right? This is where the init goes, right? So I should be able to put in here, and what would it be? If we go back into our item, it should be product, flavor, product combo grade is what it should be. So if we go back into cafe, I just want to see if I can get this working. So product combo flavor. So we can go ahead and do product. Oh no, why doesn't this have the product in here? Minigame over. I expected it to have the product combo and flavor, but I guess not. It has the grade. Interesting. Okay, that's more than okay. We can go back here to okay, never mind, not okay. Might take some refactoring, since right now once the minigame's playing, this is the spell minigame screen. All of that. This is the actual spell screen itself. This deals with the actual spell, so this is keeping the spell. This is the scorekeeper. Scorekeeper has, let's see. The scorekeeper doesn't have the score anymore. It takes from the global score. I guess what we need to do is pass in the spell that's being used and the grade. Shouldn't be too hard, I think. Fingers crossed, at least. Right, when we make the new spell, because the spell is a thing, it has the product and also the combination. So for example, here on casting finish, on casting start. Those are the two things we keep in mind. So the max spell points, and if we go up here into spell dot points, because this is where we get the spell at, let's set it to current spell. So current spell, and we'll set that to spell. And then that's what we'll do. So we can carry the spell into our everything else to kind of help with keeping things in line. So then we'll go ahead and add a var for current spell, var current spell. And then we'll go ahead and do spell equals null. Like that. Now our current spell gets set. You can go ahead and do that. Yeah. Current spell and max points equals spell dot points. Good, good. And then what we can go ahead and do, that's good and good. So then on casting finished, we can go ahead and admit game over. And also when we admit it, we can go ahead and admit spell and also admit the cookbook dot grade to show off what it is. So we can get the information and send the information over. And this is current spell. And then once we reset, which is, where are we at? Reset, where'd you go? Reset, ready, reset. Ah, here we go. Spell, current spell equals null. Okay, there we go. Now it will pass over game over admit. We can go ahead and go into our custom, not our customs, our utility and our common. That's what I was thinking, the C. And then here in our where are we at? Our game over. So cafe signal, spell signals here. On game over, we have current spell. Okay. Instead of game over, how about we just make a new one? Well, instead of game over, we have create product, create item. And now we'll just say create item. And then we'll put in here a spell, so a current spell, which is a spell, or created spell, which is a spell. And then we have the final grade, which is a cookbook grade. So we don't have to worry about game over signal. So it does its own thing. And then we can go back into our scorekeeper with this create item instead. So now instead of game over, we emit create item. So anything else that's taking game over, we won't have to worry about. And we can just take these guys. So instead of cookbook grade, it's current grade. That's what it needs to be. Utility.grade. We'll just send over current grade. That should be nice and dandy. And then we can grab this guy here. Go back over now to our products manager, not our products manager, our minigame over screen. And I mean, we don't really have to worry about this, do we? Since it's not the product manager. It doesn't have to worry about making products. So yeah, we'll just, you don't need to worry about that. Products manager will handle everything. So we're just gonna grab these guys and take our suitcases and go. Like that. So it worries about all of that. That scorekeeper does its own thing. We're gonna go into product manager and paste all of this stuff here. So we have our item scene here. And then we're going to say add child here. That's the new child. And then here we have the spell and the instantiate. Okay. And these also don't need to be indented. So this is a func ready and it'll be utility, utility dot create item dot connect. And it's going to be create item. That's the function. So then we do func create item. And then this passes in the spell and the grade. And then we can just go back into utility, grab these guys since this is what's getting passed in. And then go back to product manager, paste those guys, and then go ahead and do void like that. Okay, I did read that. Like that. Are you happy? Okay. And then down here, this is what gets admitted and everything. Now we can go ahead and grab you guys. You guys don't need to worry about any of that. We're just taking this function. Great. So var new item. And now this is where we add the item stuff. So if we go back here into item, we need the product, the flavor, the product, the combo, and the grade. Product, combo, grade. So we can go back here to our spell minigame. And in our item, we need a product, combo, grade. So back here in our product manager. Oh, well, so of course, does its thing with the freezing. So we'll see if we can get this up and working and then see if we can spend some time and set it aside to work on fixing Godot. As yeah, it is 5 now. I want to see if in the next 10-15 minutes we can get the item created. That's the goal. That's the finishing goal. So we'll see. So now we need the product. So created spell, created spell dot product. Then we need the created spell dot flavor combo, and then we need the final grade. Like that. Okay. How do I instantiate? Step 2. Instantiation. How to call init function in instantiate Godot 4. Let's see. How does init work? Yeah, calling a function within an instantiated object. So confused as to how to use init to pass values. So let's see. How does this work? So I have some very basic understandings. So was it that we needed to do instead not item scene, but oh, this is also customer. That would be a good starter. Is this what it wanted? Hold on. Item. This is item, correct? That's what we called it? Yep. Item. So that isn't what you wanted, right? Product manager? Okay, good. Call expected most 1. Okay. Then I'm thinking, as this is product combo grade, right? Let me double check. There is no such thing as new item. Okay, there's already a variable. If we go back into item, it is product combo grade. Product combo grade. Okay. Then we go back into here. Here. Oh no, we don't need minigame over anymore. We just need the cafe's product manager. We just want to spawn the item. Okay. So new child, new ad, item seen instantiate. Okay. So I'm thinking what it has to be. New item, create an item. Godot for create item. Create node. I think that's what we have to do. So then what it is then hold on. Dot new. Yeah, okay. So then it would be instead not any of this. I think it has to be item dot new. Like that. Maybe? Okay, that did work. And then we add it as a child. Possibly. And then after we do that, we set product, or hold on, new item dot position equals position dot global, right? Or hold on, why isn't that working? Well, let's see. Let's attempt to add it and see. I'll go ahead and get rid of the item currently on screen. And let's see if it works. Once again, I'm gonna spend some time seeing if I can get the Go working. But let's see if this makes the item. Alrighty. Sweet. Oh, hold on. Full screen focus. Non-existent. I broke something else. Oh, this is never good. Non-existent function focus and base panel container. You know, it was just working, and now it's deciding, you know what, I don't want to work anymore. That working thing we were doing, nah, not for me. Interesting? They say interesting, not really. This is, I was hoping to end on a high note, but I might just have to work on it some more. Let's see. I'll try it one more time to see. If not... Nope. Okay. Panel container. Non-existent function focus and base panel container. Spell screen dot focus. That is a interesting. Oh, I didn't even read that. C# requires library. Oh, no, I did read that. Memory leak. Yeah, that's what I was worried coming into Godot. Memory leak. Okay. So something else is broken here. Gotta figure that out. I'm not too sure. It's overall working, but something else broke. And I'm not too sure how long it would take to repair that. So I'm gonna leave it where it is. I'm gonna save what we have and keep working on it. Not too much to do left. Let's see if we go back up here. You can kind of see, and I'll also write it out as well to make it a little bit easier to understand. If I open up this guy here, and turn back on my pen, there's one thing we also need to do, or we're trying to do, and that is big plus button here. So we have to make it, which then places it down. Once it's placed down, we then have to be able to transport it, and then we have to give it to the customer and set it down. So there's a little bit of a process here, but truthfully, I think I can either get this done today or tomorrow. Just gotta sit down and bunker down and figure it out, as I'd like to get to Ghost, I'd like to get to the everything else, and since I've already spent today programming, I'm certainly gonna spend some more time as well. So I'll go ahead and where are we at? Go back up here. Ending. Oh, not ending, hold on. Just chatting. Here we go. Okay. So that is the end of today's stream. However, I'm gonna keep working maybe for another 30 to 45-ish minutes to see, and how much do you lose if you use compatible mode versus forward plus? I'm not too sure. I think it comes down to mobile. I know it says what changes it, but I haven't seen any too big of a change. I think some of the things is like lighting, the way lighting works. So if your game is super heavy on lighting, that might be something you focus on. But aside from that, I don't think there's too big of a difference between compatible and forward plus. But you could always see if it'll work. Aside from that, though, that is the end of the current focus. We're gonna move into a different topic, I didn't have it set up for YouTube, but I'll still keep it open on YouTube. Give me a second. But that is the end of the developing. I want to spend some time, since I have been trying for the past few weeks really, to get Godot working and seeing if I can go through and debug it and see why it's crashing. So since there's still some of you here who have asked about it, have tried to fix it, let's see if we can figure it out together. Spend a little bit longer, extend the time a little bit. So let me go ahead and change some things on here to update it a smidge. Aside from that, that is the end of the development portion. If you are curious to continue to watch my development, as like I said, I'll be focusing on hunkering down and finishing up this cafe portion and everything. The goal is, well, I said it last week, but last week and this week, I'm hoping to get the prototype done. So we'll try to see if we can get, and I'm looking a little, there we go. I'll try to see if I can get it working this week. Oh, hunkering down, trying to get everything working for the prototype. Aside from that though, that'll be it. And let me go ahead and do this as well. For those curious and want to get the most recent of me. Oh, hold on. The most recent, not a whole lot, there we go. There you go. That's the quickest way to learn more about when I'm doing the development, as I'm updating the development, things of that nature. So join the Discord. Otherwise, I'll try to post updates on YouTube and Twitch, but quickest way is Discord. Well, saying that, thank you for coming if you were here for the development. And now we're going to spend some time trying to see about figuring out Godot and its issues, and seeing if we can figure out why Godot is crashing, as, no, why not? And I'll spend a little bit of time. So let me go ahead and change the titles. It's not too misleading in what's going on. We'll go ahead and copy this for a second, and then oh, hold on. Trying to figure out why Godot is crashing my game. There we go. Save that there, and oh, hold on. There we go. And then also do this here. Save. Wonderful. Change that as well. Already ended the stream again? Technically. Like I said before, we're gonna spend like 40 minutes seeing if we can figure out why Godot is crashing. So we're gonna do some debug testing. The game development portion is done, but we're gonna see if we can figure out why the console itself is deciding to implode. So I'll go ahead and let's see. So to start off, it was looking at the console, right? Figuring out why Godot crashed. So I'll go ahead and hide the timer here. Oh, unless OBS 2 wants to decide, you know what? Nah, okay, good. So I'll go ahead and start on the Google search. Time flies, it does, doesn't it? It does indeedy. Okay. And yeah, that didn't feel like 4 hours at all, did it? It really flew, which is great always, but at the same time, it's like, man, already? Alright, so Godot, how to look. Thank you, Chax. Thank you for coming. It is a delight to have you here, and I'm glad you were able to join. So Godot, how to look at logs. Crash logs. That's what we want, right? Crash logs. And just to be on the safe side, let me see if I go ahead and crash it. I'm going to forcibly crash the game as a starter. And I know what usually crashes the game. It usually crashes when I start spawning customers, and then give it a second for the customers to come, and then bam, it's hit. Let's see. The goal is breaking it. Yeah, I tried running the console though. Do you have any idea how I would run the console? I attempted to do it, but it wasn't working. I tried a few tutorials as well, but those didn't seem to work as well. If I close it, you're gonna crash. I want the most recent run to be the crash of itself. Yeah, the console version. Let's see. Console version Godot. Console, yeah. How to run Godot console version, is that how it would be then? How to run Godot console version? Let's see. Seems like I have to add on? What is this? Oh no! No wonder I couldn't figure it out. So to run Godot console back tilde key. Yeah, this is exactly why I had such an issue. How to run Godot console version for debug. Let's see. So to run Godot in debug editor. No, that is not at all. But how to run Godot console. How to run Godot from console. How about that? Console? Like that, maybe? Command line. So to run Godot binary from a terminal. No. Yeah. This is the thing of I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but all the same. Thought it might be a good idea to do it on stream, but it might also just might be a way of figuring it out afterwards, as this isn't... I feel like I'm just gonna be very silently reading and trying to suck in information, and that's not very entertaining, is it? So yeah, instead, Yeah, I'm gonna go figure that out. I'll be on Discord if any of you have suggestions, but I'm gonna sit down, go grab some popcorn maybe, watch some videos and see if I can figure it out and tutorials and everything. So yeah, I'm not even sure where to start. I Google it and it's gonna take a while to Google. Yeah. So change of plans of the change of plans. We're gonna end as, yeah, I realize this is not a 40-minute problem. It might be a whole whole night. So thank you for coming, and Tyler, thank you for joining as well. And I will see you all soon. Next week, fingers crossed. Working YouTube, working Godot. Will it happen? Nobody knows. And I'll see you all soon. I really need one. Bye-bye. Have a good day, night, evening, afternoon. Any of those. Well, let me press the button.